I have a sweet at the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476 Inflation. Recently, a strange phenomenon has occurred in the market of the 6th block. What exactly is it? 4 subcrystals for 1 kilogram? Why don't you go and rob them? The mercenary standing next to the stall couldn't help shouting, holding a lump of gold ingots in his hand. The vendor yawned and glanced at the survivor. The explosives for blowing up the vault are free. You don't have to pay to retrieve the things. Don't think that gold is so easy to pick up. I even encountered a dead claw that was not completely dead in the basement. Okay, if you don't want to buy it, don't block the road. You won't be able to buy it after a while. After hesitating for a moment, the mercenary still threw the subcrystal at the vendor, picked up a few gold ingots from the stall, and threw them on the electronic scale to weigh 2 kilograms. Although the bank's gold ingots are printed with PAC's specification code, it is still safer to weigh them. He picked up the subcrystals with a smile and put them on the quality tester. After confirming that the points were enough for 16 subcrystals, the stall owner put the subcrystals into his bag. Looking at the gold nugget in his hand with some pain, the mercenary finally put the gold in his arms and walked away quickly. The price of 4 subcrystals per kilogram can be said to be a bargain for gold. As for why, you know, a can of food costs 10 subcrystals. This means that this kilogram of gold can only be exchanged for a pack of instant noodles. However, judging from the expression on the mercenary's face, he is still dissatisfied with the price. It's no wonder that he is dissatisfied. After all, for people in the wasteland, gold is really useless. The little bit needed in industry can almost be recycled from other electronic parts. In the early years of the end of the world, some people really hoarded a lot of gold, but these people almost starved to death in the end. The value of gold is because of its rarity, corrosion resistance, and wide value recognition. Compared with the population of tens of billions, the gold within the territory of PAC does have enough value. But now the entire earth does not know how many hundreds of millions of people can be gathered. If the global gold is divided equally, everyone can get tens of thousands of tons. Is the value of gold still so safe? The answer is obviously no. But if that's the case, why would the mercenary use crystals to exchange for the gold in the stall owner's hands? The main reason is that there are too many crystals in the 6th block now. The NAC launched a large-scale rocket attack on Wanhei City, and the spectacular scene really scared the survivors of the 6th block. Half of the city's aliens and zombies were burned to ashes. The tragic scene was like hell. And then they were shocked by the generosity of the NAC government again. Whoever picked up the crystals would own them, and they only needed to hand over 10% as the military government's income. After all, the rockets were launched by the military government. This order was a bit difficult to execute, mainly relying on the tax collection point at the city gate for tax collection. But fortunately the tax rate was not high, and the survivors were quite cooperative. And the existence of the bank also made it much easier to check the accounts. But even so, the survivors in the base still made a fortune. Those who worked hard could earn 700 to 800 a day, and those who were slow could easily earn 400 to 500. The ground was full of corpses of aliens. There was no need to fight. All you had to do was pick up the burnt charcoal with a knife. It wasn't just the survivors in the camp who got rich. NAC soldiers also participated in the corpse picking activity in an organized manner. It was almost half a month later when the aliens and zombies in the East City slowly spread back. In just half a month, everyone had thousands or even nearly 10,000 subcrystals in their hands. There was no poor person in the entire 6th block. If you only measure wealth by subcrystals, the survivors in the 6th block have never been so rich, but this kind of wealth is extremely dangerous. The per capita wealth has far exceeded the total amount of goods in the market. Even if the factory is in the 6th block, run at full speed for 10 years, they cannot digest these subcrystals. Then, the price of goods skyrocketed. Canned food soared from 10 subcrystals back to 50 subcrystals, but it was still out of stock. Steel, which was originally devalued due to the second expedition, soared back to the peak of 100 subcrystals per ton, and there was no market for it. Then, the value of luxury goods returned. Jewelry, gold, gems, these things that were originally considered useless in the end times have reappeared on the market. Many businessmen and mercenaries with ample funds, in addition to depositing subcrystals in the bank, have picked up some gold and jewelry as an investment for the future. The price of gold has skyrocketed from the initial steel price of 100 subcrystals per ton to the current 4 subcrystals per kilogram. In fact, collecting gold is mainly a gamble on expectations. If order can be restored in this wasteland in the future, gold will eventually reflect its value. It's just that the launch of the colony ship by the World United Organization broke most people's expectations. But the emergence of NAC has given the survivors of Wanghai City hope of resuming execution, so expectations for gold have reheated. Naturally, gold has become valuable again. It's not a good thing for everyone to have money. If there aren't enough goods to satisfy the survivors' consumption, many capable people will take subcrystals to other places to spend. After all, subcrystals are hard currency in the wasteland. Life in Sioux City or Hangzhou City may not be better than here, but 10,000 subcrystals can definitely make you a millionaire there. In the virtual conference room, Chunan stood in front of the conference table and reported to Jiang Chen on the situation of the 6th block. "What is your countermeasure?" Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice, touching his chin. "The first step is to maintain a stable supply of market materials. The second step is also the step we must take no matter what. Moderate inflation can stimulate economic growth, but excessive inflation will lead to the demise of the market itself. What is scary is not inflation, but inflation that is out of our control," Chunan said in a deep voice. "You mean issuing currency?" Jiang Chen guessed, after listening to Chunan's words. "Yes, this is a top priority." Chunan nodded approvingly. "Issuing currency, but what is the guarantee?" Jiang Chen asked. "Gold? Too much, not only in the hands of the survivors, but also in Wanghai City. And although gold has been recognized for its value in the 6th block, it is not enough to become a hard currency outside of Suzhou and Hangzhou province. You know, the estimated global gold reserves are 60 trillion tons, which is comparable to one. As of 2005, 89,000 tons of mineral deposits have been discovered, and 125,000 tons of gold have been mined. God knows what this number will be before the war in 2171. Hearing Jiang Chen's question, Chunan smiled mysteriously, and it was obvious that he was well prepared. "Marshal, think carefully. What is the one that has a stable demand, and the quantity is controlled by us?" "Demand? Control?" Jiang Chen frowned slightly, but then revealed a look of sudden realization. "Could it be food?" "That's right. We can use food as collateral for currency," Chunan said with a smile. Chapter 477 Issuing Currency. The next morning, a long queue formed in front of the bank in the 6th Street district. Under the supervision of the NAC soldiers, people handed in their crystals in exchange for a piece of paper with a special identification code, and some simply came out empty-handed. Is the NAC government robbing money? Obviously not. The 6th Street district is a tough place, and all the survivors are armed. And from the expressions of the people rushing to get in, they are obviously trying their best to squeeze in, fearing that the bank staff will not accept their crystals. And those few NAC soldiers, especially, seem to be maintaining the order of the queue, rather than coercing people. As for why this happened, it has to start with a bill announced yesterday. In order to change the current chaotic market price situation in the 6th Street district, the NAC government will publicly issue a currency called credit points through the 6th Street Bank. It is not backed by any precious metals, but the NAC guarantees its value with government credit. At the same time, any goods defined by the NAC as special supplies can only be traded with credit points. These goods are all products produced by factories under the NAC. For example, food, industrial cam resin, rough processed steel, aluminum, arms, etc., almost covering all basic areas of production and life. A pound of rice is 5 credit points, a piece of compressed biscuit is 2 credit points, and a pound of flour is 8 credit points. Although the prices of these commodities have doubled compared to a month ago, in the current chaotic market, this price is undoubtedly much more reasonable, so subcrystals can be exchanged for 1 credit point at the bank. and a 10% commodity tax is required to exchange credit points back to subcrystals. In mid-September, the 6th block bank is expected to issue 5 million credit points. The NAC government promises to provide 500 tons of rice, 100 tons of flour, and 100,000 compressed biscuits to the market in the early spring of next year. The operating rights of food trade in Wanhai City have also been taken back from the Jiao group and controlled by the market set up by the NAC government at the west gate of the 6th block. Regarding the issuance of credit points, Chunan and Jiang Chen came up with a specific plan after a detailed discussion. The denominations of credit point banknotes are 1, 5, 10, and 100, with a total issuance of 3 million. The virtual currency issuance is 5 million, which is recorded in the personal DNA code, and can be transferred and paid through the app implanted with the credit point transaction chip. All data is stored in the bank database, and virtual transactions can only be carried out in the NAC ruling area, where the information transfer station is set up. The salaries of employees in the NAC military area are also changed from subcrystals to credit points, to prevent the depreciation of subcrystals from causing a shrinking impact on employees' property. The issuance of credit points has been widely supported by the merchants in the 6th district. These merchants are all sensible people. Only a stable order can make their assets steadily increase in value and not depreciate to nothing overnight. For merchants with large deposits, Jiang Chen opened a special channel to them, releasing a total of 8 million credit points to recover the subcrystals that were accumulated in their hands and gradually depreciating. This specially issued credit point is stored in the bank accounts of major merchants, and it is stipulated that before November this year, 90% of the credit points exchanged through special channels shall not enter the market for trading. 50% will be unfrozen after November, and 100% will be unfrozen in January next year. In this way, a large amount of money is prevented from entering the market to interfere with prices. The introduction of credit points marks the end of the era of bartering in Wanhai City. The subcrystal point measuring instruments that can be seen everywhere in the streets and alleys will gradually become a piece of history that people only remember. After having credit points, people will trade more through app, just like people in the 21st century use mobile phones to pay. Not only that, Jiang Chen also intends to push the NAC standard further. Use the invisible lever of the economy to pry the resources of the entire wasteland. Just like in a certain world, the US dollar kidnaps the world economy through oil and gold. Credit points will use the prosperity of the 6th block and the food inventory of NAC to kidnap the commodity trade of the entire wasteland. The specific manifestation is that the Jiao group, which is responsible for food trade, took the lead in changing the original subcrystal trading strategy, using credit points issued by NAC as commodities for settlement, and using subcrystals as a kind of commodity, no longer as an equivalent of trading. Although the survivors in the provinces have no idea about credit points and paper money, I believe that as time goes by, more and more merchants from the 6th block will go to the provinces, and this currency will one day become the mainstream of the world. With the introduction of credit points, the NAC government's inventory has accumulated a lot of subcrystals. After an inventory, Wang King placed a statistical report on Jiang Chen's desk. Credit point issuance: 16 million. Subcrystal recycling: 38 million. No wonder countries like to print money. It makes money much faster than collecting taxes. Jiang Chen couldn't help but secretly exclaimed. The currency issuance in these 3 days alone has filled the NAC's treasury with 38 million subcrystals, which is more than the NAC's annual food trade income. But we also issued 16 million credit points. Rather than saying that this money is ours, it is better to say that we borrowed it from the market. Wang King warned Jiang Chen out of concern that he would print money in large quantities. If we can't come up with products that match it next spring, we may face credit bankruptcy. However, her worry was obviously unnecessary. Jiang Chen understood the harm of inflation very well. As for why, this is a personal experience. Don't worry. Jiang Chen smiled. Money circulates in the market, and only a small part will be taken back and exchanged for goods. More is still circulating in the market. We only need to prove that our food supply is sufficient, and there is no need to worry about bank runs. This Asian crystal is not so much a loan from the market as a protection fee given to us by the market. Rather than saying that the NAC's food and industrial capacity guarantee the currency, it is better to say that it is the credit of the NAC government. Just like in the 21st century, precious metals are the guarantee of paper money, but few people will take bundles of banknotes to the bank to exchange for precious metals. When people believe in the stability of a country, they will be more inclined to hold its currency. The NAC government controls the market supply of food products and the amount of currency issued, so there is no need to worry about the currency getting out of control. Issuing credit points is only part of the plan. Jiang Chen also plans to issue a total of 10 million credit points of loans to merchants in the 6th district through banks to encourage factories to expand production capacity. Now the zombies and alien species in the Western District have been completely wiped out, and the zombies and alien species in the Eastern District are also included in the Crusade plan. The situation around the 6th District is unprecedentedly relaxed, and it is a good time to expand outward. After Wang Qing went down, Han Junhua quickly walked into the office again. Jiang Chen could guess her purpose without asking. It was mid-September, and the plan to attack the city center was about to begin. The city center attack plan mobilizes the 1st Corps and part of the 3rd Corps. A total of 3,000 people will participate in the combat, 41 power armors, 400 mechanical exoskeletons, 9 hunting tiger seconds, and 40 assault infantry vehicles will be deployed. Here is the combat plan. Han Junhua neatly placed the tablet in his hand on Jiang Chen's desk. The holographic projection unfolded, outlining a panoramic map of Wanghei City. The 1st Corps set out from Qingpu and attacked the open space near Qingpu Airport, and then used this as a turning point to attack the city center area. The 2nd Corps will attack the city center from the west, starting from Camp 27. At the same time, the rocket artillery positions at the Fishbone base will provide full fire support for the battlefield. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen pressed his fingerprint on the screen. Operation begin. Chapter 478. The battle begins. At the rocket artillery position, there were 8 Fireball 1 cluster rockets converted from trucks. As for the 8 BM-21 cluster rockets that Jiang Chen had bought from Russia, they were quickly put into cold storage. Just from the incendiary bomb, the heat release of the Fireball 1 is twice that of the BM-21, and the burning time is 3 times that of the BM-21. At the same time, the shooting accuracy has also been greatly improved. In addition to conventional incendiary bombs and high explosive bombs, the Aerospace Science and Technology Research Institute led by Jiang Lin has also fully utilized its imagination to design futuristic weapons such as laser bombs and EMP bombs. Needless to say, the EMP bomb, when a rocket explodes, the electronic equipment in the area will be paralyzed or destroyed by half. The power of the laser bomb is not inferior. A rocket flies into the sky and explodes, and then countless high-energy laser beams fall from the sky like rain. This kind of high explosive energy damage is very considerable for soft and hard targets. Under the coverage of cluster rockets, the scene must be as spectacular as a rainstorm. Because the shells of the rockets were outsourced to a private military factory in the 6th block, the incendiary bombs in the NAC arsenal far exceeded the 1,000 rounds of the target given by Jiang Chen a month ago. Thousands of long and thick rockets were lying on the launch field of the Institute of Aerospace Science and Technology and were carefully loaded into the launch tubes on the back of the truck by the artillerymen directly under the general staff. At this moment, Jiang Chen was standing next to the launch vehicle, holding a tablet in his hand, listening to Jiang Lin's explanation. The loading status of each vehicle is here, as well as the launch tube temperature and the number of ammunition. The tablet can be used to set the launch coverage area and the number of launches. The trajectory is automatically calculated by the intelligent program. After setting the launch parameters, just press your fingerprint next to it. Looking at the red circle next to the tablet, Jiang Chen touched his chin with interest. The automatic loading device is still under design. It will take some time to produce results. Anyway, let's make do with it for now. Not bad. There are 5,100 incendiary bombs, 1,000 high explosive bombs, and 151 laser bombs in stock. No EMP? Jiang Chen asked. No, the headquarters ordered us to give priority to the production of incendiary bombs. Aren't we fighting against alien species this time? EMP is useless against biological organisms. Jiang Chen smiled. Not long after, the rocket launch site had completed the loading. The artilleryman involved in the loading retreated to a position no meters away and dragged away the ammunition boxes. On the command tablet, the blue dots indicating the first corps and the third corps were approaching the city center, and the scanned red dots showed aggressive zombies and alien species. From the map, Chen Weiguo and his team were already close to Wanghe Airport. His finger slid across the screen, dragging out a circular frame, as if drawing a life-restricted zone, covering all the alien species in the airport. It feels like releasing magic. Jiang Chen grinned as his thumb hovered over the button. And it's a forbidden spell level magic. The designer of the weapon, Jiang Chen, also smiled happily. His thumb pressed on the red circle, and the arc-shaped scanning code slid at a constant speed, and a cold text box popped up. Fireball 1 attack group launch. Almost at the same time, the launch site was shrouded by the exhaust gas of the cluster rocket. Outside Wanghe Airport, a heavy metal symphony was playing. After a few days of rain, the traces of burning in the street corners and alleys have basically disappeared. The dried corpses were also eroded into dust in the wind and dew. Suddenly, the tranquility of the street was broken by the roar of the engine and the orange-yellow bullets. The hunting tiger second took the lead in crushing the zombies, and the gun barrel was charged and released, smashing the head of the meat mountain in one go. The zombies and alien species in the eastern city had spread back to the city center, but because of the area, the density of these zombies is still normal. The machine gun on the roof kept venting firepower, and the orange-yellow bullets crushed all the zombies on the road to the ground. Zombies that did not form a large scale could not pose a threat to tanks on the front battlefield. The risks faced by the First Corps mostly came from the dark alleys and shops with broken windows. Many zombies in these shops survived, and most of the zombies in the eastern city were mixed in. Follow-up. Feng Yu, wearing a mechanical exoskeleton, shot with a rifle in his right hand, and made a forward gesture with his left fist. He called the team to move forward. At this time, hideous zombies poured out from the street corners and alleys, stumbling towards his team. Grenade. With a loud shout, a soldier pulled off the grenade on his chest and threw it fiercely at the group of zombies rushing out of the alley. The fire suddenly exploded, and a ball of minced meat flew onto everyone. Shaking off the blood on his handle, Feng Yu continued to set up the rifle, moving and shooting. In close combat, only high explosive grenades can be used, not incendiary bombs, otherwise the burning zombies will be a disaster for all soft targets. For the zombies whose limbs were blown off, the soldiers passing by would grab them at will, or simply kick them. Most of the soldiers injected with genetic drugs can crush these rotten skulls with one foot. Damn, there are more, and more zombies ahead. Taking advantage of the gap when changing the magazine, Feng Yu frowned and glanced at the ep tied to his left arm. The drone scanned the zombies in the area, and the dense red dots really made people's scalps numb. But he would not retreat, because he was a superior citizen of the 6th district. It was not easy to climb to the current status, and he was only one step away from the night. He couldn't retreat. It's the Death Claw. Suddenly, a cry came from the radio channel. A lizard standing upright with its claws waving rushed out from the street nearby. In its mouth was a struggling soldier. Judging from its wrinkled skin, it should be a Deathclaw that survived the floor washing last month. Fuck. Feng Yu's scalp went numb at the face that was gradually losing its vitality. Without hesitation, he immediately gave orders to the squad, and while taking small steps back, he shot the Deathclaw in the head. Grenade. Grenade alone could not do anything to the Deathclaw. At most it could suppress it to a certain extent. 5 sharp blades tore through the smoke of the explosion, and the heat-sensing grenade hurt it, but did not kill it. The Deathclaw stumbled forward, waving 10 sharp blades in both hands. But just as it was about to make contact with Feng Yu, its throat was pinched by a strong hand, and it was pulled 90 degrees fiercely, and pressed against the concrete wall on the side of the road. Roar. The Deathclaw roared unwillingly, and its claws made a series of tooth-grinding frictions on the C-shaped steel. However, for the T4 power armor, the scratching of a wounded Deathclaw was no different from tickling. The hand was like an iron clamp, and the 3-sided barrel of the arm popped out and rotated, and the close-range laser shot through the head of the Deathclaw. You owe me a life, buddy. Throwing away the death claw, the power armor punched the steel shell on its chest, then set up the tactical rifle, and continued to move forward. The infantry vehicles started to converge with the troops from the highway. The zombies in this area have been cleared, and there will be no more danger before reaching the airport. Panting, Feng Yu lowered the muzzle of his gun and glanced at the dead claws on the ground with lingering fear. "Captain, what should we do next?" A light infantryman walked to Feng Yu's side and asked breathlessly. "Keep advancing. Wait." The alarm of the command center. Looking at the flashing icon of the EP on his left arm, Feng Yu immediately called his comrades who were about to continue advancing. The convoy slowly stopped, and the power armor that rushed to the front also stopped and took a defensive posture. Feng Yu raised his head and looked at the clear sky. Suddenly, hundreds of sharp arrows slid across the sky, dragging long and narrow tails of smoke, and fell in the direction of the airport one after another. The red fireballs rushed into the sky, and the billowing smoke concealed the airport. Incendiary bombs. Our artillery. A soldier lowered the muzzle of his gun and stared blankly at the sky. Feng Yu did the same, looking up at the splashing flames and watching the fireworks quietly. When the smoke cleared, only a scorched earth remained in the area. Soldiers waved their rifles and cheered enthusiastically. Under the cover of rockets, the high-spirited First Corps set out again, rushing towards the last position outside the city center. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479, Aiming at Each Other. Synchronous Orbit. This is 36,000 kilometers away from the ground and is a forbidden zone for life. Steel, plastic and unshelled shells float in the silent space. Behind this piece of space junk stands a space station the size of an aircraft carrier. Rod of God. It will be completed in 2025 and has been continuously improved by NATO over the past 100 years and has developed into the huge monster it is today. From the initial space-based weapon satellite, it has evolved into the current space-based weapon platform. The tungsten rod bomb bound by a dodecagonal metal ring floats quietly beside the space station, just like a revolver loaded with bullets. The dual effects of electromagnetic propulsion and gravitational potential energy can make the tungsten rod bomb weighing several tons fall at a speed faster than a meteor, bringing terrifying kinetic damage to the strike area. In addition to the tungsten rod bomb, there are laser arrays and HPM weapons on the front mast, a wireless power transmission, and receiving devices installed at the rear, which can be powered by a nuclear fusion power station built on the moon. When power transmission from the moon is not available, electricity can also be obtained by deploying solar panels. The 8 engines placed in the corners of the space station can move the weapon platform between the low Earth orbit and the synchronous orbit to adjust its suppression area. It is like the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of CCCP and PAC. However, ironically, this suppression weapon that cost generations of taxpayers' money was conquered by PAC's aerospace special forces with a fearless fighting spirit in the early stage of the outbreak of the Eastern battlefield. The power system has been repaired. Grinning, Lin Chaoan wiped his forehead in a very humane way. Although he does not sweat, it is meaningless to talk in a vacuum. It took him a lot of effort to repair this thing in a month. There are floating corpses everywhere in the space station. Because they are in a vacuum and low temperature environment, these corpses still maintain their appearance before death. Outside the cockpit, he also encountered a sentry robot whose battery has not been exhausted. But with a laser sword in hand, he easily solved this trouble. The tungsten rod missile launcher is normal. Hiss, it's really a headache. Forget it, it's okay to use it anyway. Looking at the warning icons on the screen, Lin Chaoan clapped his hands. There is only one tungsten rod missile left. Some of the others have flown out of the synchronous orbit, some have fallen into the sea at the beginning of the fall of the space station, and some are floating in the orbit thousands of kilometers away. The entire space-based weapon platform was destroyed thoroughly. After discovering that the PAC had seized control, the NATO commander immediately activated the self-destruction, turning the entire space station into a dead place. It seems that the spirit of sacrifice is not the patent of a certain country. When facing the moment of life and death, any creature will reflexively make the right choice. But unfortunately, this choice is usually made after a series of wrong choices. So, living things are really troublesome things. Lin Chaoan shook his head and reached out to tap a few keys on the touchpad. Fortunately, he got the drawings of some equipment of this space-based weapon and prepared the parts that needed to be replaced on the ground. Although most of the functions of the Rod of God were destroyed, the simple shooting action can still be performed. Is it only possible to perform the firing option? Lin Chaoan started the map of Wanghe City and looked down at the screen with a smile. In the picture, NAC soldiers were fiercely exchanging fire with zombies and alien species. Later, rows of incendiary bombs covered the battlefield, engulfing all the zombies and alien species and the entire airport in flames. Nice fireworks. Well, order has been established. Then can I think you represent purity? Looking at the sparks on the screen with a smile, a series of data after images passed through his pupils. The camera moved, and the crosshairs were aimed at the rocket launch site. Jiang Chen in the picture was pointing at the tablet with interest. Then your harmony. The picture was aimed at the city center again, the giant tree floating in the water. The rolling flesh bubble seemed to be nurturing terrifying energy. Which one is the greater threat? There was only one bullet in the revolver. Looking down at the battlefield from a god's perspective, Lin Chaoan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Under the incendiary bombs, the first corps and the third corps met up at the runway of Wanghe Airport with almost no resistance. Although the runway was rubbled by bombs during the war and was now blackened by incendiary bombs, it can still be used as an airport after a period of rest. Jiang Chen had earlier instructed Shelter Number 27 to research fighter technology, and it has achieved initial results. And this Wanghe Airport can be developed as a landing and takeoff area for NAC fighters. After a short rest, the two corps set out again, and with the support of whistling rockets, they advanced towards the city center. Along the way, although they encountered throwers, death claws, and even terrifying car bugs, they still could not hinder the NAC soldiers' progress. While advancing, they destroyed the nests of alien species along the way. When encountering creatures like bugs and meat mountains, they would use electromagnetic guns. When encountering dense alien groups, they would call for rocket support. When encountering alien nests hidden in the ruins, they would send infantry into buildings or sewers to clear them out. A total of 91 alien nests were destroyed along the way. 371 mother bodies that bred zombies and abnormal life signals on the map were removed one by one. As they gradually approached the life forbidden zone, the radiation index gradually climbed. The soldiers took out chemical protective suits from the trucks and put them on the outside, put on breathing masks, and continued to move towards the city center. Dada, the flames jumped, the shells peeled off, and Feng Yu pulled the trigger in an orderly manner, advancing forward under the fire cover of the infantry vehicle. What is that thing? A soldier looked at the fluorescent lake in the ruins in the distance, and couldn't help asking. Nuclear bomb craters. It is said that the place where Deathclaws lay eggs. Another soldier grinned while scanning the zombies with a machine gun. Not really. There's water in that bit. I remember that the eggs of the Deathclaws were laid on the shore. Shit, what is that? A small hill made of dark red meat stood on the lake's surface that was flashing with fluorescence. The blood vessels densely covered on its surface were scattered in the meat bubbles, wriggling with the rhythm of the blood flow. The roots at the bottom were implanted in the lake's surface, like a giant tree rooted in the lake. Especially at its top, a glowing meat bubble was suspended by cilia. Just like a light bulb. This is Team E. Unidentified creatures spotted, requesting artillery fire. Repeat. Not daring to be careless, Feng Yu immediately raised the EP and fed back the intelligence ahead to the command vehicle. The communicator was filled with a lot of noise. There seemed to be some strong interference in this area. Even the EP, which was known for its stability, began to flicker. Electromagnetic shielding? Or is there an EMP generator nearby that has not been turned off? The soldier standing next to Feng Yu muttered quietly while changing the magazine. In the sky, rockets appeared again in the eyes of the crowd. The flames instantly covered the pile of meat. The overwhelming rockets not only washed the nuclear bomb crater, but also burned a sea of fire on the east side of the city center. However, when the smoke dissipated, Feng Yu widened his eyes and looked at the pile of meat in disbelief and even forgot to pull the trigger. The aliens were dead and wounded everywhere, but the pile of meat was completely intact. How is this possible? However, before he could even scream, the pile of meat began to move slowly. The ball of light on top gradually turned red, flashing an unsettling light. Unknown particles were agitated in the air, condensing into a red light that looked like a solid entity. Even the clouds slowly dispersed under the brewing power. It seemed to be preparing to shoot something. Almost at the same time, the electronic equipment in the entire Wanghei city was interfered to varying degrees. Failed. Jiang Chen stared at the tablet in his hand with a serious expression. At this moment, the center of the screen was already a piece of snowflakes. The intelligence and support troops on the front line were instantly cut off, resulting in him not even knowing whether the pile of meat in the city center had been solved. Suddenly, he felt like he was being watched. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head and looked into the sky. At this moment, a dazzling white light flickered faintly in the sky. Something was falling. The distance of 36,000 kilometers passed in an instant, and the dazzling white light quickly slid through the air and fell towards the city center. Jiang Chen frowned slightly and then widened his eyes in disbelief. For some reason, a word suddenly appeared in his mind, or a familiar image. The weapon that had appeared in virtual reality. The Rod of God. Chapter 480 God's Authority. The ring hanging in the sky moved. A switch was pressed, like pulling the trigger of a revolver. A blue arc of light flashed, and something broke away from it, and fell straight to the ground. Compared to the earth, it was just like a feather, slender and tiny. But when it entered the atmosphere, it instantly turned into a hundreds-meter-long dragon of fire, roaring towards the earth. Its light illuminated the clear sky, like the sun rising at dawn, even though the sun had already risen. Just like the scene of Jehovah destroying Sodom and Gomorrah as recorded in the Old Testament Genesis, Lot came to Zor, and the sun had risen. At that time, Jehovah rained sulfur and fire from Jehovah out of heaven on Sodom and Gomorrah. He destroyed those cities and the entire plain, all the inhabitants of the cities, and even the growth of the ground. Lot's wife looked back and turned into a pillar of salt. The fire touched the ground, and no echo could be heard in space. The vortex-shaped collapse was engraved on the blue planet. The flames of tens of thousands of degrees were burning fiercely, and the violent shock wave swept everything, turning everything around into charcoal. And the pile of meat at the center of the explosion had already turned into dust, just like slapping a mosquito to death. At this moment, in the building of the Crimson Chamber of Commerce, a man in a suit was standing on the roof of the building, looking towards the direction of Wanghei City. In this way, Wanghei City will be in chaos again. With a smile on his lips, he turned and left. At this moment, standing in the space station, Lin Chao watched this scene with a smile. Dare to aim at God? Then you have to die first. Looking at the shockwave, he raised his right hand, raised his index finger and thumb, and made a shooting gesture. Nice shot. This is the headquarters of the First Corps. Team E, please answer if you hear me. Repeat, please answer if you hear me. The hoarse communication voice was so appropriate in this ruin. A breeze blew past, blowing away the dust between the broken walls. The rubble loosened, and a hand stretched out from the rubble. With a low roar, he lifted the boulder pressing on his chest. The chemical protective suit has been torn, and staying in this high radiation area for a long time will be a disaster sooner or later. He has already smelled the sweetness in the air. This is a sign of excessive radiation. Not daring to stay any longer, Feng Yu stumbled out of the ruins and gritted his teeth to move his legs stuck in the rubble. The mechanical exoskeleton was half destroyed, with sparks coming out of the joints and making a grinding sound. The polyethylene bulletproof plate on the chest had completely cracked, and the metal at the joints also had obvious dents. He pulled off the plate that was pressing on his chest, looked at the crack with lingering fear, and threw it aside. The pile of meat and the lake were gone, and all that was left was a huge bottomless pit. The surroundings were in a mess. The meteor destroyed the pile of meat and everything around it. Just as Feng Yu was about to leave, as soon as possible, there was a sudden noise beside him, and he was so scared that he immediately pulled out the pistol from his waist. Help, help me, Hearing that it was the voice of his comrade, He immediately put away the pistol and staggered over. Feng, Leo Feng. Don't talk nonsense. Give me your hand quickly. If you stay here for too long, it will be over sooner or later. Using the power of the mechanical exoskeleton, Feng Yu lifted the stone that was pressing on his comrade's lower body. When he saw the left leg that was obviously broken, he was stunned. Forget it. Leave me alone. If I stay here for too long, I will die sooner or later. Shut up. Hold on. Feng Yu gritted his teeth and pulled out his dagger. No, no. Just give me a quick death. Feng Yu cut off his leg with a dagger and then quickly pulled out the hemostatic spray. He broke off the nozzle and sprayed it all over his wound. The soldier's expression was hideous because of the pain, and blood oozed from his gums. His twitching throat couldn't even make a sound. You will get better, don't worry. I heard that the director of the Aerospace Institute is a master of making fake legs. Feng Yu carried him on his shoulders and staggered away with him. It was a tragic scene along the way. The vanguard of the First Corps was almost wiped out, and the follow-up troops were also hit hard. The high-temperature shock wave almost swept across the entire city center. Some of the more miserable assault infantry vehicles were directly smashed into discus by the rocks that were blown away. Standing at the rocket launch site, Jiang Chen stared at the light in the distance in a daze. The light that has disappeared. A breeze blew by, mixed with a faint smell of gunpowder, which should have come from the front line. Just now, was there an earthquake? Jiang Lin swallowed his saliva and nodded. It should be. Jiang Chen cast his eyes back to the tablet. The city center was still a piece of snowy white. But soon, the communication from the front line came back. This is the First Corps. We were bombarded by a meteor. Damn it, I swear it was definitely not a meteor. Cheng Weiguo's voice was a little embarrassed and hoarse. Report the casualties. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. It is being counted. It has been confirmed that 2 Jag Tigers and 11 Raiders have lost contact. Damn, the aliens are attacking. There was a noise from the other end of the communicator, and Jiang Chen hurriedly said. Immediately retreat from the city center and retreat to camp number 27 nearby to rest and wait. Fireball 1 will cover you. Understood. Cheng Weiguo replied immediately. The communication was interrupted, and Jiang Chen cast his eyes on the launch interface again. The 8 Fireball 1 launchers have been loaded. He extended his index finger and drew an arc in the northeast of the First Corps, encircling all the surrounding red dots. After confirming that the blue dots were far away from the coverage area, Jiang Chen pressed the launch button. Launch. Rockets were launched one after another, pouring towards the city center again, cutting off the path of the aliens and zombies. Looking at the First and Second Corps getting farther and farther away from the red dots, Jiang Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although they eventually retreated, I guess no alien nests would survive the bombardment of that thing. Even though they eventually retreated, the goal of the operation was achieved. The radio life signal detection device swept again, and as he expected, the several unnatural red dots located underground in the city center also completely disappeared. The internal stress generated by the tungsten rod bullet hitting the ground is fatal to the underground facilities. Next, as long as a small nest scattered in the city and suburbs are pulled out, and a checkpoint is established at the entrance of Wanghei City, the alien crisis in Wanghei City can be almost resolved. But just when Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, the tablet in his hand suddenly turned white. Who? Hello, we meet again. The face appeared in the center of the screen, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Lin Chaoan? Yes, I'm glad you still remember me, the local emperor of Wanghei City. Lin Chaoan smiled. Local emperor. This description is indeed very appropriate, but Jiang Chen always feels that this sentence is like insulting him. Whenever I see your haunting face, I can't help but want to crush it against the wall. Jiang Chen looked down at him and said softly, raising his nose slightly. That's a pity. I like seeing your face, especially when I look down at it. Lin Chaoan laughed. Look down. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked up at the sky. His face changed drastically. What do you think? Lin Chaoan asked with a smile. It feels terrible. Jiang Chen said calmly. I have a suggestion. Lin Chaoan said. Go ahead. You rule the humans, I rule the cyborgs, and we can conquer this wasteland together, as long as you submit to my father. Lin Chaoan smiled. Together? Jiang Chen sneered. Have you evolved to advanced artificial intelligence? Still far away. Lin Chaoan sighed. I heard from my father that I once had a sister. After trillions of operations, her mind was infinitely close to advanced artificial intelligence. But unfortunately, when I arrived at Shelter 05, it had been destroyed by bugs. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank slightly. The Informer and the Secret Keeper, or the number X 71291. It's better to say that it was destroyed by him personally than to say that it was destroyed by bugs. Bugs? Jiang Chen asked knowingly. Yes, the messenger of the Harmony camp. There is evidence that they killed her. Lin Chaoan's face did not show any sadness, but just stated the fact with a smile. So we need new samples. Then what is your choice? I refuse. Jiang Chen said without hesitation. The so-called coexistence is just a lie. The so-called coexistence is just one party keeping the other party in captivity. Even if it can bring a short-term peace, it is a false peace. Once they master the path to advanced artificial intelligence, the old humans will lose the value of existence, and they will just live in the zoo and wait to die. In front of the evolution of civilization, there is only barbarism and blood, but no compromise. Really? It's a pity that you have embarked on a thorough and pure path. Compared with the fallen Harmony, you are only a little stronger. If you can't tolerate the evolution leading to the highest, then accept elimination in the corruption you insist on. Really? But I always feel that it should be you who will be eliminated. He has a lot of cards in his hand, including the third core stationed in the 6th block and the Bifeng 76 ballistic missile deployed in the Shengxiang town colony. At the same time, some soldiers of the 1st Corps, newly recruited recruits and survivors of the Rebel Alliance are stationed in Shengxiang town and Jia City. The only trouble is a God's Rod hanging in the sky. He can confirm that the God's Rod has been controlled by Lin Chaoan. It is also the biggest trouble. However, Lin Chaoan seemed to see through his thoughts and smiled. We have surrounded your base and hijacked the radio signal of your base. In front of us, your knowledge of information technology is more like a joke. You have two choices, surrender or die. Of course, I understand how slow your brains are, so I will give you 3 days to think about it. The smile flashed with cold meaning, and he raised a finger. 1 day is enough for an ant to crawl around your base. After saying that, Lin Chaoan raised his right hand to make a goodbye gesture and ended the communication under Jiang Chen's gloomy gaze. Chapter 481 The Road to Evolution. The light flickering outside the window attracted the attention of Linling, who was busy at the laboratory table. For some reason, looking at the light outside the window, her heart inexplicably became agitated. Meteor. Should I make a wish? Linling muttered softly, and the test tube shaking in her hand could not help but stop, and she turned her attention to the distance. The meteor fell to the ground. Suddenly, her mechanical heart suddenly contracted. Ugh. Ah. Linling's pupils shrank, and she covered her chest in pain, and beads of sweat dripped from her forehead. Snap. The test tube fell to the ground and broke, and Linling curled up and fell to the ground. She covered her chest with her hands, and her expression was distorted by pain. Damn, is it that guy again? There was a noise in the room, and there was a burst of hurried footsteps outside the door, and then there was a knock on the door. Linling? What happened? It was Sun Jiao. Help, help. As if she heard something, Sun Jiao immediately realized that something was wrong, and twisted the door handle hard. Seeing that the door was locked, she took 2 steps back, then stepped forward quickly. The door was kicked open with a bang, and the floor and door frame were broken. Seeing Linling lying on the ground, Sun Jiao was suddenly startled, and hurried to Linling's side, and helped her up. Linling, what's wrong with you? The fierce light flashing in her pupils made her back shiver. But soon, the fierce light was covered by pain. No, don't. Ting ting, woohoo. Stop it. Linling raised her head suddenly, and her silver white hair was messy because of the struggle. Suddenly, Linling's pupils were completely replaced by red light, and she turned around and pounced on Sun Jiao. However, Sun Jiao was prepared, and she grabbed Linling with her hands behind her back and subdued her to the ground. Sun Jiao, who heard the noise, rushed into the house and looked at Linling, who was subdued by Sun Jiao, and said in surprise, "Sister, what's wrong with her?" Then, Yao also appeared at the door. Looking at the two people on the ground, she couldn't help but cover her wide mouth. "Sister Sun Jiao, Linling, you too, come and help me. This girl, how can she be so strong?" Sun Jiao's hands trembled slightly, and her face turned red. As expected of a cyborg, the potential of machinery is better than that of biology. With her 50 points of strength, she was almost unable to control her. Sun Jiao was the first to react and hurried forward. "I'll help you. Fix her on the operating table first. Yao, go call Jiang Chen. He should be at the launch site." "Yeah." The little girl turned around and ran out of the house. Her eyes were red, and she didn't understand the situation. She was so anxious that tears were about to fall. She hurriedly pushed open the door of the villa. When she ran to the door of the villa, she happened to bump into Jiang Chen with a solemn face. Ouch! With a short cry of grief, Yao fell backwards after hitting Jiang Chen's chest, but was hugged by Jiang Chen, who was quick-witted. "Yao, what's wrong?" Seeing Yao running out rashly, Jiang Chen, who thought something serious had happened, hurriedly supported her and asked, "Sister Linling, she has become like that again?" Yao said in a voice that was almost crying. Without further explanation, Jiang Chen immediately realized what that looked like and immediately ran towards the villa. Pushing open the door of Linling's laboratory, Jiang Chen walked quickly to the operating table in the middle of the room, and Yao followed closely behind him at a trot. Seeing Jiang Chen, Sun Jiao hurried over. "What happened? Wait, what's the matter with the injury on your hand?" Looking at the bandage on Sun Jiao's arm, Jiang Chen hurriedly said. Sun Jiao's right arm sleeve had been completely torn off, and there was still a bandage tied around her arm. "I'm fine. I just got a little hurt while controlling her." Linling looks a little strange. Seeing the concerned expression on Jiang Chen's face, Sun Jiao's heart couldn't help but warm up, but after looking at Linling, her expression quickly turned solemn again. That didn't look like a minor injury at all. But with Sun Jiao's tenacity, ability, she should be able to recover soon. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen slightly put aside his worries about Sun Jiao and turned his eyes to Linling, who was tied to the operating table. Her eyes flashed red, her hands and feet twitched like epilepsy, trying to break free from the straps that bound her body. "Is she going berserk again?" Jiang Chen asked with a headache. The bug living in her body was like a time bomb, and it was unknown when it would explode. "Yeah, but this time the situation is a little strange." Sun Jiao nodded and said solemnly, "Brother Jiang Chen, Sister Linling, will she get better?" Looking at Jiang Chen with a frown, Yao gently pulled his sleeves and said worriedly. Although Linling sometimes liked to play tricks on people, Yao could feel that she had no ill intentions, but she just didn't know how to express her feelings in a way other than venomous tongue. Deep down, she always regarded Linling as her good friend. Seeing the worried expression on Yao's face, Jiang Chen reached out and rubbed her soft hair, comforting her. "It will definitely be possible." "Yeah." Yao nodded, with a slightly relieved smile on her face. Although she was still very worried about Linling's condition, she believed what Jiang Chen said. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen walked towards Linling. When he walked to the side of the operating table, he noticed that Linling's eyes were always fixed on his face. No, to be precise, it was not Linling, but Tingting who was living in her body, the brain of the worm. Being stared at by the scarlet pupils, Jiang Chen felt a chill on his back. This feeling was somewhat similar to the feeling of standing in a forest and being observed by some higher creatures. Tingting stopped struggling and just stared at him silently without saying a word. Then, Jiang Chen noticed that she slowly opened her mouth. Opening her mouth. What was she doing? Was she hungry? Yao, go get a box of mango pudding from the refrigerator. Jiang Chen said. Yes. Yao nodded and immediately ran out the door. Soon, the little girl came back with a box of pudding. Jiang Chen took the box and walked to Linling and squatted down. He tore open the package, scooped a small spoonful of orange pudding with a plastic spoon, and put it to the open mouth. However, Linling did not eat the pudding. and did not even look at it. Her scarlet pupils still stared at Jiang Chen's eyes. This time Jiang Chen was completely confused and could not understand what she was going to do. At this moment, she, or it, spoke. The antenna is destroyed. Antenna? Sorry, I don't understand what you said. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. It learned to speak, which should be considered a big progress. But for some reason, Jiang Chen was not happy about it at all. That memory had been almost forgotten by him, and he did not think he had the obligation to save a virtual character. Yes, Tao Tingting was dead, died in the autumn of 2172. The person he met in the virtual reality was just a virtual character created by PAC researchers, based on the memory of a prisoner of war. After escaping from the electronic cage, his impression of the girl had almost faded. What was in front of him at this moment was just another player in asterisk. Jiang Chen looked at her, not knowing what she wanted to express. Tingting continued to speak. The road to evolution is blocked. Evolution? Jiang Chen's eyes dropped slightly, and he vaguely understood something. Lin Chaoan destroyed something in the city center with the god's rod, and that thing was what she called antenna. And, antenna, is related to evolution. If he guessed correctly, this so-called evolution is inseparable from zombies and aliens. Do you want to know? Tingting stared at Jiang Chen's eyes quietly, as if she was used to the mechanical vocal cords, and her voice was much clearer this time. Jiang Chen looked into the scarlet eyes, trying to read her inner thoughts, but unfortunately failed. I want to. Let's just listen. Then, kiss me. Tingting said something that caught everyone by surprise. Jiang Chen was stunned, not understanding what she meant. However, Tingting just opened her mouth slightly and stopped talking. Kiss. Sun Jiao blushed and immediately refused for Jiang Chen. No, that's too weird. Why is it related to kissing? It's inexplicable. And she is so aggressive now. What if she bites you? Yao's face also turned red. Although she didn't say anything, her expression showed that she and Sun Jiao had the same opinion. My sister and I have the same opinion. Although my intuition tells me that she won't hurt you if something unexpected happens. Sun Jiao hesitated and stopped talking. Kiss. But what's the point? Looking at Tingting, all in Ling's face, he felt that he couldn't do it, even if he was asked to kiss her. Swallowing his saliva, Jiang Chen felt his heartbeat speeding up. He didn't know what expression he should make at this time, and he didn't know whether he should try it. After hesitating for a long time, Jiang Chen finally sighed and looked straight into the scarlet eyes. Okay, I'll believe you for now. The scarlet eyes blinked, as if responding to his trust. Wait, but Sun Jiao wanted to say something, but she was a step slower than Jiang Chen. Resisting the strange feeling in his heart, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and kissed the thin lips slowly, just as artificial respiration. Just as Sun Jiao guessed, although Lin Ling was full of aggression at the moment, she did not bite Jiang Chen. Instead, a cold little tongue penetrated deep and pried open Jiang Chen's teeth. Just when he was surprised at Lin Ling's kissing skills for a while, something strange happened. Very soft, very slender. Tentacle-like thin thread slid out from under her tongue, touched the tip of Jiang Chen's tongue, and spiraled upwards, and then continued upwards. It was very comfortable, yes. But soon Jiang Chen was startled. Damn. Something is wrong. However, just as he was about to break free, his consciousness suddenly sank, and his vision was covered with darkness. Chapter 482 Humans are not humans. This feeling was very strange, as if the consciousness was pulled into the void by the tentacles, floating in the boundless universe. Spiritual connection? Jiang Chen didn't know why this word appeared in his mind, but if he thought about it carefully, it was quite appropriate to use this word to describe everything he was witnessing now. Gradually, the universe became brighter. Everything around was stained with color, and the empty world was filled with entities. This feeling was not quite like virtual reality, but it was similar to it. Yes, it was like watching a holographic movie. Suddenly, from behind the clouds, Jiang Chen glimpsed a spectacular picture. It was a vertical high-rise building, or a rectangular block. It was rooted in the earth, and went straight through the clouds. People were busy below, and suspended cars were surrounding it, operating various equipment to add bricks and tiles to this high-rise building. Brahma 12 languages written in white lacquer, speaking the same word. It was like an inscription. This interstellar colony ship, named after the god of creation in ancient Indian mythology, belongs to the same pack as Zhenghe, and was launched from the Sriharikota Island Launch Center. Zhenghe was launched from the Jiaquan Launch Center, which is the flight that Linling missed, mentioned in chapter 102. It was like watching a cutscene in a game, and the fixed frame that bound the building slowly cracked. Jiang Chen watched this skyscraper ignite, watch it take off, watch it pass through the atmosphere, and watch it move away from this blue planet, away from this solar system. Like Noah's Ark in Genesis, engraved on the top of the Sistine Chapel in Rome, it carries 1/6 of the hope of mankind. But it is not heading towards the raging flood, but towards the boundless sea of stars. With repentance for past hatred and blessings for the survivors on the ground, the passengers waved goodbye to this planet. The maximum speed is 1/10 the speed of light, and it can carry 27,000 passengers. Most of the passengers are elites in various fields and constructors of the colony ship. According to the plan, the Burning Sky will join the other two colony ships in the synchronous orbit of Pluto and sail together to the wormhole outside the solar system, 6,400 astronomical units away from the sun. Although humans have never set foot here, the theory of the 22nd century has proved that there is a singularity of the universe here, and all physical quantities will be distorted here. As long as you cross this place, you can cross hundreds or even tens of thousands of light years. And behind the black hole is the new home of human civilization. Before entering the wormhole, everyone lay in the hibernation chamber. Of course, while imagining the future, they also made plans for the worst. Fortunately, the gods they believed in did not abandon them, and they left the wormhole safely. The first year passed, and the survivor number 01 was the first to be released from hibernation. When he woke up from the hibernation chamber, he was surprised to find that he was still alive and the colony ship was drifting in the endless universe in automatic cruising mode. He was so excited that he almost cheered. As agreed, he entered the cockpit, proved his health to the system, and then released the hibernation of the remaining passengers. They held a warm celebration, cheering for the rebirth of mankind in this cold Milky Way. Astronomers compared the star map and confirmed that the colony ship was still in the Milky Way, but it had arrived near the planet Gliese 581g in Libra, 20.5 light years away. This planet 581g is located in the habitable zone of the red dwarf star Gliese 581, 0.15 astronomical units away from the star. This planet is similar to Mercury in the solar system. It always keeps one side facing the star, so that one side of the planet is permanently under light, while the other side is permanently in darkness. That is tidal locking. Although it is difficult to imagine, it is precisely because of this special form that the climate of the planet is stable. In addition, people also learned that the planet takes 37 days to orbit, has a thick enough atmosphere, and has water on the surface. The planet has a density similar to that of the Earth and a diameter 1.3 times that of the Earth, so the gravity is similar to that of the Earth. A habitable terrestrial planet. Happiness came too suddenly, and the crew cheered, as if Columbus had discovered the new world. The only regret was that they had lost contact with the other two colony ships, and this joy was destined to be unable to be shared with others. The colony ship immediately ended the automatic cruise, changed its course, and headed for the planet 581 grams. On the way, the crew made various preparations for colonizing the new world, including checking the operation of the colony module, including voting to decide who should be the first to set foot on the new world and be recorded in history. However, just when everyone was busy with their new life, the physicists on the colony ship made another amazing discovery. The cesium atomic clock they carried showed a retrospective phenomenon. This retrospective phenomenon cannot be explained in physics at all. Just like everyone knows that atoms will decay, but no one will believe that decayed atoms can be restored to the time before decay under natural conditions. There is only one explanation. When passing through the wormhole, they not only passed through the distorted space, but also passed through the distorted time. In short, they went back to the past. According to the calculation of the quantum computer, the time displayed by the cesium atomic clock at this moment is 120 BC. This year is the 3rd year of Emperor Wu of Han's reign and the 634th year of the founding of Rome. In this year, Emperor Wu of Han sent envoys to Alexandria and the Pantheon was built in ancient Greece. If the colony ship suddenly returns to Earth now, it will be like the Earth is in the Wild Age. This feeling is very strange, as if your parents are not born yet, but you have already been born in this world. Physicists have given many different explanations for this phenomenon. Some people have proposed that, if the multi-world theory is assumed to be true, they may have arrived at a world that is completely different from the previous world, and that Earth is also a completely different Earth from the present world. This theory has been accepted by everyone to a certain extent. Because they live in the 22nd century, they really can't believe that people with 3-dimensional existence can move vertically on a 4-dimensional scale, which will induce a time paradox. The only way to explain this phenomenon is that they have jumped to a parallel world, and the previous world has nothing to do with them. This feeling is very subtle. It's like the moment when a baby is separated from the mother and the umbilical cord is cut off. What is cut off by the universe is not only the distance, but also the spiritual sustenance. For 3 seconds, everyone fell silent. Someone tentatively proposed that, if they change the course and return to Earth, they can completely conquer the planet that is still in the Bronze Age with the powerful combat power of the colony ship. Even if there is a distance of 20.5 light years, at the maximum speed of 1/10 of the speed of light, it only takes 400 to 500 years to reach the Earth. The worst case is that the colony ship encounters the Hun cavalry, but this proposal was quickly rejected. No one can be sure that in this parallel world, the history of Earth's civilization must follow the trajectory of their original world. Maybe writing was invented 1,000 years earlier. Maybe Columbus was born 500 years earlier. Maybe the first industrial revolution was 200 years earlier. Maybe all this didn't happen at all. Compared with the 400,000-year evolutionary history of the entire human race, only a small change can produce earth-shaking changes. The only thing they can be sure of is that this world must be different from the world they used to be. Maybe when they return to the Earth of this world, they will face a civilization that is more advanced than theirs, and who knows who will be beaten as a native at that time. It's strange to imagine that when they are 20.5 light years away from the Earth, the thoughts that emerge in everyone's mind revolve around one central word: war. Out of fear of the unknown, everyone settled down and put their minds back on colonizing the current planet 581 grams. At the same time, 2 ideas unconsciously took shape in everyone's mind and eventually affected the development trajectory of this new civilization. Earth is not home. Humans are not humans. Chapter 483 Colonial Era. However, life had to go on anyway. People began to try to forget about that Earth and start a new life while hiding their communication channels. It was a very unwise choice to rashly expose one's existence without knowing the level of civilization on Earth in this time and space. In any case, survival was the first priority. This was agreed by all the crew members. The colony ship entered the synchronous orbit of the planet Gliese 581 and then began to drop probes towards the planet's twilight line. When the probe landed and brought back ground data, the colony ship then dropped the drop capsule of the orbital airborne troops, then the infrastructure unit, and then the living cabin carrying the colonists, thus opening the curtain of the colonial era. Although a year is 37 days, because there is no concept of day and night on this planet, in order to commemorate the blue mother planet, people still use the Earth's 24-hour timekeeping and the solar system calendar to count years. There is no sea in this world, and fresh water comes entirely from the glaciers on the back of the planet and the freshwater lakes scattered on the twilight line, as well as those underground rivers that crisscross like blood vessels. There are many large fungi and low shrubs on the surface, and the air contains a lot of oxygen. It is comfortable to breathe the air of this world. This world seems to be specially built for humans. This world is beautiful, and many magnificent natural landscapes cannot be seen on Earth. The river flowing from the back to the sun is evaporated into a fog wall thousands of miles wide under the high temperature. The sunlight is deflected here and gathered into a rainbow that never fades. There are also those strange vegetation and giant fungi covering every inch of soft soil on the twilight line. Looking from the sky, it looks like a velvet carpet with emerald green and bright red. There is life on this planet, although it is very sparse. In fact, Stephen Vogt, an observer of this planet, made a prediction a long time ago. Personally, he believes that the probability of life on this planet is 100%, and he has no doubt about it. As it turns out, he is right. The twilight line is densely covered with vegetation and a large number of small and medium-sized arthropods with strange shapes, forming a simple ecosystem. The colonists feel relieved, because they are not alone. Living units were built one after another, ecological farms rose from the ground, and then the road network was laid out to connect them into a city. Prospecting vehicles shuttled like ants, engineering vehicles transformed the landforms, and biologists eagerly collected unheard of genetic maps. The giant sun that never sets is like the sun at dawn. People use hard work to build new homes and sing praises to a better future. Just like the colonists who set foot on America, except that they are not European criminals, but human elites from Pan-Asian. Whether it is politics or science and technology, they have enough confidence to despise the past that is unbearable to look back on. Utopia was established under their hands. There is no war or crime here, and everyone is a brother and sister. The contradiction has been resolved in the old world. The seeds of human civilization will sprout again on this soil. Of course, there are still difficulties. For example, the metal minerals on this planet are extremely scarce, and the reserves of iron, aluminum, and rare earths are all unimaginably low. The miasma floating from the ground will reduce people's immunity and even cause illness. However, these problems can be solved. Metal minerals can be obtained through the space mining module of the colony ship. The miasma that troubled the health of the colonists was just the spores of a special fungus. Biologists quickly developed an antidote to restrain its reproduction, which easily solved this problem. However, in addition to these, there is a more serious problem. That is the solar wind. This planet has no stable magnetic field, and has almost zero resistance to particles thrown from the red dwarf. The distance between the 581G planet and the star is only 0.15 astronomical units, which is only 0.15 times the distance between the Earth and the Sun. The solar wind blowing from the red dwarf from time to time is like blowing directly on the human face. Without the protection of the geomagnetic field, all electronic equipment can only be used in an electromagnetic shielding environment. It is like hundreds of imps constantly bombarding this planet. In order to improve accuracy, some physical experiments involving atomic levels have to be moved to the colony ship in space. Later, in order to avoid damage to the colony ship from the solar wind of the red dwarf, people re-accelerated the colony ship and drove it to the back of the sun, and at the same time, entered the synchronous orbit of the star from the synchronous orbit of the planet. In this way, the colony ship is always separated from the sun by a planet, so that the frequent harassment of the colony ship by the solar wind can be avoided, and the normal progress of scientific research activities can be ensured. The production and life of human beings who are extremely dependent on electronic equipment have been seriously affected. Even if people later used wide area magnetic field shields to solve the problem of solar wind, this impact still exists. After all, no matter how wide the magnetic field shield is, it is impossible to cover the entire planet under its protection. Fortunately, humans are very adaptable. After adapting to these difficulties, everything gradually went smoothly. All cities are built under electromagnetic shields. Looking down from space, they are like umbrellas opened in the area of the twilight line, and humans live under this umbrella. Everything is so beautiful. Until they discovered that there are indigenous people on this planet. They are a group of very aggressive creatures, and their social form is very similar to ants. There are queen insects responsible for reproducing the tribe, war insects responsible for hunting, and worker insects responsible for digging caves. Generally speaking, they live 20 to 30 kilometers underground on the backside of the sun. The geothermal temperature here is enough to offset the extreme cold on the surface of the night side, and can melt the ice embedded in the ground into water. It was not until later that people discovered that the tens of millions of rivers of varying thicknesses running under the surface were actually the masterpieces of these insects. And their tribe has existed for millions of years, or their civilization has existed for at least hundreds of thousands of years. A civilization older than the sum of all human civilizations. Although this civilization has not yet been civilized, Originally, because the living space of the two sides was too far apart, one was at the terminator, and the other was underground on the night side. Maybe both sides regarded each other as insects, and humans have lived on this planet for 100 years without discovering these neighbors. Until the living space was running out, humans began to think about going underground and reaching out to the canals of those insects. The moment the two sides came into contact, it was doomed. War is inevitable. In theory, facing a group of flesh and blood insects, the technologically advanced humans would not be at a disadvantage, but the reality is far from as simple as people imagine. Human soldiers holding Gauss rifles cleared the insects that had fled to the surface with thunderous force. Scientists developed a virus to exterminate these insects, and orbital satellites dropped by colony ships launched Earth-penetrating bombs to eliminate underground nests. Everything went smoothly, so much so that everyone was optimistic that it would not be long before they could take over the underground canals that the insects had spent tens of thousands of years digging. Until a tide of insects swept across the border city. Millions of arthropod insects, fearlessly swarming towards human cities, and swept through the entire human colony along the twilight line with overwhelming force. The flames of the explosion dyed the red clouds on the horizon red, but still could not stop the surging of the insect swarm. That scene was like the end of the world. Everyone was stunned. They had never thought that these insects crushed by them would burst out with such powerful fighting power. Although their shells could easily penetrate these fragile flesh, they were still powerless in the face of the insects like a tide. Whether it was biological weapons or genetic bombs, people tried every possible way, but failed to exterminate these insects. Instead, they promoted the evolution of these insects. Just like humans have spent hundreds of years trying to eliminate mosquitoes and cockroaches, these insects can never be killed. In order to fight against humans, the insects differentiated into individuals with similar genes, but different traits under high-intensity natural selection. The original mother insects, war insects, and worker insects further differentiated, and eventually evolved into existences that humans could not ignore. The acid of the spitters was enough to corrode the armor of tanks, and the diamond-hard claws of the biters were enough to tear open the carbon nano-bulletproof vests of human soldiers. The surface of the hundreds of meters long siege worms is inlaid with metamorphic rock shells, and they dig up human cities into ruins like earthworms plowing the land. Later, people even had to limit the use of nuclear weapons and biological weapons to prevent these worms from further evolving. Hundreds of thousands of years of civilization burst out with its essence. This civilization that humans cannot understand, with its unique cruelty, declared its sovereignty over this planet. It takes 18 years for humans to grow from birth to adulthood, while these worms only need 1 week at the slowest. They devour the corpses of their own kind and use these organic matter to breed new individuals. Facts have proved that in the end, people found that, in terms of human market economics, the logistics of this Zerg civilization, a species that can tear open carbon nano armor with its claws, costs even less than the magazine of a Gauss rifle. These creatures who do not know what death is, test human logistics with their title numbers. Squeezed by the insects for living space, people once retreated to the space station in low Earth orbit. Even if we have advanced science and technology, but we don't have the resources to transform it into combat power, we have to admit that we are at a disadvantage in the war with these insects. Fortunately, although some insects can fly, they cannot fly out of the atmosphere. People have created a word to describe all these deformed and evolved insects, aliens. In this way, the era of war that lasted for 1,000 years began. The war between humans and aliens. Chapter 484, The Era of Harmony. The scene changed. It was still the tidally locked planet, but the landscape had changed dramatically. A red line circled the terminator, dividing the sunlit side of the planet from the sunlit side. One side was emerald green, the other side was flesh red. As for the colony ship, it was no longer visible. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Jiang Chen felt that the planet was moving. It was as if the planet was a living thing, not a dead thing. What about the war era? Jiang Chen couldn't help asking, looking down at all this. At this moment, a figure appeared beside him. She was wearing a dragon robe and had a dignified appearance. She stood with her hands behind her back, looking solemnly straight ahead. The war era is over, and now it is the harmony era. It's over? Did humans lose? No. Did the aliens lose? To Jiang Chen's surprise, she shook her head again. No. What happened in the end? Jiang Chen asked. Co-prosperity. She only said 2 words, and then floated towards the planet. At the same time, under the pull of force majeure, Jiang Chen also flew over. Humans have spent hundreds of years trying to eliminate mosquitoes and cockroaches, and we are no better than our ancestors. We have spent thousands of years trying to eradicate our enemies, but we have not been able to do so. So this war has no winner, and both sides have made concessions. In other words, both sides have given up on themselves. I don't understand what you mean. Jiang Chen frowned. We chose to merge. Thinking of what Academician Qin had said to him, Jiang Chen seemed to understand something, but he didn't understand why they chose this path. Steel is the cornerstone of industry, but the metal deposits on this planet are extremely scarce, and the cost of space mining is too expensive, making it unimaginably difficult to develop industry on this planet. On the other hand, our electronic equipment has a high damage rate due to the frequent solar wind blowing from the red dwarf. Our industry has reached a dead end, and is even beginning to decline. Without the support of production capacity, we cannot arm more troops, and the balance of victory is beginning to tilt towards alien species. However, at this time, a great biologist stood up and proposed a new idea for the evolution of civilization: harmony. Thus, the era of harmony began. We replaced electronic chips with computing cells and quantum computers with high-powered biological computers. Then, we modified our own genes, amplified 23 pairs of chromosomes to 139 pairs, and differentiated into researchers, producers, warriors, and commanders through selective expression. All problems have been solved. We are no longer dependent on metals. This planet has abundant carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen at our disposal. Every person is both an individual and a cell of this civilization. At the same time, we have stopped exterminating alien species. We talk to them, marry them, and finally merge with them. Grass worms? Damn. This is crazy. Jiang Chen couldn't help but interrupt. But somehow, a bunch of messy comics appeared in his mind, such as octopuses and tentacles. Is it crazy for blacks and whites to marry? She asked. Jiang Chen was stunned and speechless. In the 17th century, it was true, but not in the 20th century. We can't eliminate them, so we can only understand them. As she said this, she skipped this irrelevant topic and pointed to the emerald green planet. It's like a big tree, with leaves on the sun-facing side and the trunk on the back-facing side. It took us a century to complete this project. The leaves provide energy and nutrients for our civilization, and generate the atmosphere for the planet. Water circulates in the veins, sending excess heat to the back-facing side. The trunk is the living area, where everyone lives. Jiang Chen looked in the direction she pointed, looking at the planet that was half emerald green and half flesh red, and murmured, "Then this tree is too big." Not big. Compared to the entire sea of stars, it's more like a seed. She said calmly. What about humans? Jiang Chen asked. All new humans live under the leaves. Everyone is both an individual and a whole. Then who are you? As soon as he asked this question, Jiang Chen saw the shadow change its form. A dignified and elegant princess dress replaced the dragon robe, and the yellow face turned pale and had a hooked nose. I'm the main consciousness of the mother nest. All individuals are born from me, so I'm the queen. As for the shape, I can be Wu Zixin, Elizabeth, or Catherine. We no longer have the concept of art, so I can only search for these images that have appeared in history from the literature and present them to you. What do you want to say by showing me these? Jiang Chen asked. The queen looked at Jiang Chen. In order to spread the seeds of civilization to further places, Jiang Chen's breath solidified. Although as a consciousness, he did not need to breathe. The queen continued. We have confirmed the status of the mother planet by building a high magnification biological telescope. Although the images observed are from 20.5 years ago, we have confirmed your civilization level by comparing various parameters of the planet. In terms of time trajectory, you are in the early 21st century. You are backward compared to us. So we decided to return. Until 94 years ago, we finally built the colony ship Survival of the Fittest. In order to avoid another dimensional jump, we chose to sail in the three-dimensional universe. We will bring you civilization and help you integrate with nature. Like a declaration of war, the queen read out this cruel fact. But we don't need your help, Jiang Chen said with some difficulty. Although he knew that, even if you said this, they would probably ignore it. It's just like the tribes of Homo erectus and Neanderthals, which were eventually defeated by the tribes of Homo sapiens. Humans evolved into modern humans with Homo sapiens as their ancestors. The evolution of civilization is accompanied by blood, and we agree with this blood. The queen whispered these cruel words. Wait, didn't you say that you traveled to a parallel world? Jiang Chen asked hurriedly. Yes. The queen blinked lightly and looked at Jiang Chen expressionlessly. That sight made him feel a strong sense of uneasiness. Unfortunately, the queen's next words turned his uneasiness into reality. We are now in your hometown. This is impossible. Jiang Chen's heart suddenly tightened. How could she know that I could travel through time? How could she confirm the coordinates of my world? Wait, Linling. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide, and he seemed to understand something. If Tingting was living in Linling's body, then there was no reason for her not to know what Linling saw. And the current situation clearly showed that Tingting could communicate with the so-called queen of the harmonious camp. Clean particles. The queen raised her hand, and a dark red light gradually gathered on her hand. Where there is time, there is it. Have you obtained the communication channel between me and Linling? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Four-dimensional transmitter. If Linling can know the four-dimensional coordinates of his side, there is no reason for Tingting not to know. Yes. The queen said calmly. We are surprised that you can travel freely between the two worlds. And the world you were born and raised in happens to be the world we arrived at after passing through the wormhole. Is this true? Jiang Chen's eyes moved back and forth between the planet and the queen's face. Although he had a lot to say, he couldn't say a word. After a while, Jiang Chen spoke and asked softly. Then what's the point of telling me all this? We intend to convince you. Convince? Jiang Chen frowned, unable to understand the meaning of her words. The queen turned her gaze away from Jiang Chen's face and looked at the two-colored planet and continued. We thought that our connection with the original world was cut off, and the information we obtained during evolution would not be shared with the survivors. But things took a turn for the better. The clean particles we launched into the original world finally responded, not only successfully guiding some believers who could hear our call. He used himself as the material, transformed himself with biotechnology, and built an antenna to communicate with us. Under our guidance, he successfully evolved into what we hoped for, and successfully communicated with the creatures in the entire area. Most importantly, he even successfully differentiated an egg. We selected 12 citizens, transformed their minds into clean particle waves, and sent them back to the egg through the transmitter. If the flesh cannot cross the distance, then use information to cross it. Fortunately, we found a way to return to the original world. However, it is unbelievable that this egg was destroyed by your stupid behavior, but we are still lucky, or even unexpectedly, to retain an individual. She was imprisoned by the shelter's intelligent program, locked in the virtual world, and then met you. The egg was destroyed. Could it be the military action of Liuding Town against an extremely mutant creature? He had heard Chunan talk about that military operation, in which a biological cannon that could fire red beams destroyed all the electronic equipment in the airspace. It turned out that it was not an extremely mutated creature at all, but a paratrooper deployed by the harmonious camp to the world. Jiang Chen swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, and then you found me through Linling? Yes. The queen nodded slightly. It was a complete surprise to find you. If you are willing to join our camp, I promise you that, even if the natural selection arrives on the earth of the new world, we will keep you. Keep me. What about the others? The queen said without hesitation. They will contribute their organic matter, become food. Just like the natural selection faced by humans in ancient times, the Homo sapiens tribe chose to treat them as food, after destroying the Homo erectus and Neanderthal tribes. Thinking of this, a drop of cold sweat slid across Jiang Chen's forehead, although he was now just a pure thinking body and did not have the concept of sweating. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Since you know that I can travel between the two worlds, you should know that it's impossible to catch me. It doesn't matter, the queen said in a tone without any emotion. Conquering the Earth in the new world is the main plot. As for the dead Earth in the original world, it can only be regarded as sentiment at most. If Jiang Chen is unwilling to surrender, they will at most express regret, and may not even express regret. Jiang Chen fell into silence. What's your choice? The queen asked calmly. I refuse, Jiang Chen said calmly. The queen was silent for 2 seconds. This is a wrong choice. You don't have the ability to stop us at all. Really? Jiang Chen said softly. If I'm not mistaken, the world you are in now, which is what we call the original world, has been ruled by the Supreme. They are a strong opponent, although they are powerless in front of us. Crane particle beams can destroy most electronic equipment. Rule. It's too early to say rule. It's just you who lost, and I haven't lost yet, Jiang Chen said calmly. In our opinion, you don't have the ability to resist them, the queen said lightly. In front of space-based weapons, or road-based weapons are dregs. And the asterisk is indeed a thing that can kill soft targets such as aliens. But for the Supreme who has abandoned the flesh, that little damage is very pitiful. The only thing they can use is EMP, although there are many ways to fight EMP with the technology of the 22nd century. It's really a dog's shit. The invaders from the Harmonious Camp are on their way to the present world, and the supreme threat has erupted in the end of the world. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly. I'm curious, how can you travel in space without machines? Why do you need machines? The queen asked back. Jiang Chen was stunned. No need for machines? Perhaps out of the arrogance of a higher civilization, the queen did not shy away from this question and continued. Have you heard of water bears? What is that? Jiang Chen was not good at biology and was unfamiliar with the name. A common name for organisms in the phylum tardigrades. Although the smallest is only 50 microns, it is the most resilient organism known on Earth and can survive in outer space without protective measures. Facts have proven that without the help of external objects, organisms can also travel in space. If 50 micron organisms can do it, 50 kilometer organisms can naturally do it too. The arc of evolution is moving towards you. Since you have already refused, then in the very end, I will let you see the strength of my army. As soon as the voice fell, the queen waved her hand and the picture changed again. It was a giant squid, slowly moving its tentacles behind it, quietly sailing in the boundless universe. Sailboat worm. This strange name suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Sailboat worm is 50 kilometers long and 10 kilometers wide. It is spindle-shaped, with multiple holes on the side and cilia at the back. There is an umbrella-shaped flesh membrane in the middle, which can be retracted, and has a radius of 40 kilometers when fully opened. Dazzling light particles flickered behind the flesh membrane. Although Jiang Chen could not guess its principle, he could feel it faintly. The flesh membrane is like a large solar sail, propelled by the light pressure generated by the light particles. Judging from the structure alone, this should be considered a non-fluid propulsion engine. Jiang Chen couldn't guess its speed with his naked eyes, but he thought it wouldn't be very low. Is this the natural selection? Jiang Chen just watched the sailboat pass by him and watched it sail away. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, trying to get more information from her. Wait. However, at this moment, his vision fell into darkness again. Chapter 485 Distant Crisis. The mental connection ended, just like a long dream. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and happened to meet a dull gaze. From her black pupils, it can be seen that she should have woken up from her dream. Silently moving his lips away, Jiang Chen took 2 steps back. He was hesitating whether to slip away from this room before Ling reacted. However, during the time he hesitated, the black gemstone-like eyes gradually became misty, and the originally stiff corners of his mouth also collapsed. In an instant, 2 thoughts flashed through her mind. This is my first kiss. This beast finally attacked me. Pink climbed down her cheeks, climbed to her earlobes, and then dyed her white neck. Change, pervert, pervert. The shrill cry was out of tune because of the excessive emotion. Jiang Chen touched his nose awkwardly. He didn't know how to comfort Linling, who was looking at him with shame and anger. Giving Jiang Chen a complaining look, Sun Jiao hurried forward to help Linling untie the rope and comfort her with a face full of grievance. Calm down, Linling. Jiang Chen was just saving you. How should I explain this? Halfway through, Sun Jiao became embarrassed and held her forehead in deep thought. It seems that there is no way to explain. Sun Jiao gave her sister a helpless smile. We kissed for so long. Yao pouted her lips, and the vinegar was so strong that you could smell it. Just as Jiang Chen was thinking about how to explain it to Linling, there was a crisp knock on the door. Jiang Chen turned around and saw Han Junhe, who was wearing a military uniform, standing at the door with no expression on his face. Although I don't want to interrupt you, now outside, let's talk outside, Jiang Chen said immediately after hearing Han Junhe's words. Han Junhe briefly glanced at the women in the laboratory, then nodded to Jiang Chen. Okay. She turned around and walked out neatly after tossing her ponytail. What happened? Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen with some concern. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and Jiang Chen looked at Sun Jiao and smiled gently. It's okay. That smile was very reassuring, but also very disturbing. Sun Jiao walked to Jiang Chen's side and held his hand. If there is anything I can help with, please let me know. Looking back at Sun Jiao's expectation with a firm look, Jiang Chen gently squeezed her hand and promised with a smile. I will. If I can help. Walking quickly in the corridor of the community center, the ponytail behind Han Junhe's head swayed from side to side. Walking beside her was Jiang Chen, and the expression on his face was unprecedentedly solemn at this moment. The communication of Fishbone Base has been blocked. I already know. Is there any other way to contact the people in Camp 27? There is only one communication channel. Han Junhe shook his head. Arriving at the command room, she stopped and raised her hand to turn the door. After Jiang Chen walked in, she followed him in. The two stopped in front of the command table. Han Junhe reached out and pressed the fingerprint recognition device to start the holographic command image. What's the situation outside? It is known that there are 300 crawler quadruped robots and 1,200 VIP attack drones surrounding us. Han Junhe reached out and clicked on the map, and then red dots appeared around the base. Two pop-up windows appeared, recording the pictures and various parameters of the crawler and VIP. These things are all PAC's standard equipment. Colonel Han Junhe, who once served as the brigade commander of the mechanical brigade, is naturally no stranger to the combat effectiveness of these two equipment. The former is known as the all-terrain firepower platform, and the latter is affectionately called Battlefield Assistant by many PAC soldiers for its balanced performance and intelligent AI design. The combat power in the base. Only 500 recruits who have just completed training, or 327-man Stalker Corps, and 8 rocket launchers are left. Han Junhe said in a deep voice. Where are our drones? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. I have turned it off. Why? Jiang Chen looked at Han Junhe. As if knowing that Jiang Chen would ask, Han Junhe pointed to the holographic map. This location has a KN-30 signal hijacking device deployed. It is not only used to hijack the communication channel, but also to hijack the communication between the drone terminal and the drone. It can be confirmed that their information technology can suppress us. Even if we release the drone to join the battle, it is highly likely that they will hijack it. It was really Han Junhe's style. Jiang Chen glanced at her secretly. He could not see any timidity on her face. But it was also true that she did not have such a burden as emotions. With his eyebrows tightly locked and thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen looked at Han Junhe and asked, how about contacting the people in the 6th block through the sewer? The sewer has been occupied. When I found that the communication was blocked, I immediately sent scouts there. Han Junhe stretched out his hand and pointed at the middle of the Fishbone Base and the 6th block. Although the branch of the sewer was closed by an alloy partition, it was mainly used to block the alien species. If a welding gun was used, it would not be difficult to hijack the sewer passage without making a sound. In other words, all we can rely on are the 500 new recruits and the hunter corps in the base. Jiang Chen frowned. The distance was too close, and the rocket launcher could not play a role at all. The 500 new recruits might not be of much use. At most they could make up for the lack of firepower. The Hunter Corps is the elite force of NAC, which can still make people feel at ease. However, the opponent is a mechanical force of thousands of people after all. As for whether these more than 800 flesh and blood bodies can defeat the army of the Supreme Camp, Jiang Chen couldn't help but murmur in his heart. What do you think our chances of winning are? With his hands on the table, Jiang Chen cast his eyes on Han Junhe. 50%, Han Junhe said. Even with your command ability? Jiang Chen asked with some surprise. Yes. Han Junhe nodded, a rare solemnity on her face. The base has a considerable reserve of EMP grenades, but if it is crawler and VIP, the pulse level of the EMP grenade can only cause slight damage to their friend or foe identification system, thus temporarily stalling it. As for high power EMP weapons, we don't have any reserves in the base. If we can't use EMP, then we can use electromagnetic guns, poisonous pythons, Red Arrow 42 rocket launchers, and rifles. Light a bonfire, and if we can't use radio, we can use smoke signals. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we can't give up. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. It can only be like this. But I'm more worried about the sky. Han Junhe looked up at the sky. If they really have controlled the Rod of God, we have no chance of winning. The tungsten rod bullet that fell from the sky was a theoretically indefensible weapon. Perhaps only the Holy Shield system can withstand its attack. Is there really a chance of winning? Wait. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He closed his eyes and pondered for a long time, then suddenly opened his eyes and said, there should be only one tungsten rod bullet. Han Junhe looked at him. The probability is very small. No, it's better to say that there is definitely only one. Staring at the holographic map, Jiang Chen's eyes showed a firm look. Reason? Recalling what Academician Qin had said to him, and the conversation between him and the Zerg Queen, Jiang Chen looked at Han Junhe. Because we are different, this reason is enough. Folding his arms, Han Junhe closed his eyes and thought for half a minute. I see. From the beginning, this was a war destined to take no prisoners. If they had a second bullet, there was no need to hold it in their hands. Just one tungsten rod bullet would be enough to destroy the heart of NAC, and then the order of the entire Wanghe city would be in chaos again. Only by letting this wasteland fall into chaos can the electronic people hope to replace humans and become the masters of this wasteland. Recalling everything Lin Cheowen had done, except for the assassination of the experimenter in shelter number 27, it seemed that everything he did was to bring chaos to this wasteland. One of the NAC and the Supreme must perish. Because the outcome of this war determines who will be engraved on the tombstone. The reason why they have not taken action until now is just because they are not sure of winning. As long as the Fishbone base holds on until the reinforcement from the 6th block and camp number 27 arrive, then the losers can only be them. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486, The Final Shackles. On the wall, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. The soldier crouching behind the bunker nervously rubbed the trigger, aiming at the four-legged robot behind the ruins hundreds of meters away. The round body and thick streamlined short legs. If it weren't for the creepy minigun and rifle grenade on the top, this thing would be quite cute. What are those things? A recruit stretched his sore shoulders and said with difficulty, Crawler, if you fight, remember to aim at its observation holes, the four on its face. The soldier crouching next to him also had a flash of anxiety in his eyes, but because he had walked in the wasteland before, he didn't show too much fear. This damn thing doesn't look like a bug at all. Okay. The recruit swallowed his saliva, as if he felt that the previous sentence was not confident, and agreed again. The mechanized weapons of unknown origin surrounded the base, and the expressions on the faces of all the survivors were unprecedentedly solemn. The engineers silently dragged the heavy weapons and ammunition to the wall, including poisonous python rockets, Red Arrow 42, and EMP grenades. The survivors dragged rubber tires out of the warehouse and threw them on the ground, poured gasoline on them, and waited for Jiang Chen's order. Standing at the entrance of the community center, Jiang Chen, who had already put on the T3 power armor, looked at the soldiers in front of the square with a gloomy face. They were all the most elite soldiers of NAC, the Hunter Corps led by Ma Zhongcheng. 200 mechanical exoskeletons, 14 power armors, all looked solemnly at Jiang Chen standing under the statue of the Mother of Deathclaw. Their comrades have already climbed the wall, and the NAC they are loyal to is facing the most severe test since its establishment. Like the survivors present, Jiang Chen is also facing a psychological test. If he abandons everything here and escapes back to the present world, take away all the technology that can be taken away, even if he does not rely on the end of the world, he can rely on the power that has been established in the present world and eventually reach the top of the world 20.5 light years. Yes, 94 years ago, in 1922, the natural selection set sail and was on its way to the present Earth. Ideally, it should be only 1/10 of the speed of light, and at most 1/8 of the speed of light. Considering the acceleration and deceleration at both ends of the voyage, it will take at least 100 years for it to fly to the Earth. And this 100 years is enough for him to live a happy life, if he does not change his lifespan. But he can't do this. As for the reason, it is naturally because of responsibility. It feels really subtle to have a gun pointed at his head. Looking at the reflection of the statue of the Mother of Deathclaws, Jiang Chen suddenly grinned. Damn. When have I ever been afraid? At this moment, Lin Chaoan appeared in Jiang Chen's communication channel and said in a staccato voice, "Can I assume that this is a breakdown in the negotiations?" The rod of God hanging in the synchronous orbit overlooked everything. The scene of Jiang Chen inspecting the soldiers in power armor naturally could not escape his eyes. "When did you have the illusion that I was going to negotiate with you?" Grinning, Jiang Chen's eyes focused on the shield option on the holographic screen and turned off the communication. Lin Chaoan's voice stopped abruptly. Jiang Chen raised his head and steel arm, pointed his middle finger at the clear sky. Ignite. The survivor standing next to the tire threw the lighter in his hand. Thick smoke rose, and the fishbone base conveyed the message of help in the most primitive way. When they saw the smoke rising from the direction of the fishbone base, the 6th Block and Camp 27 responded immediately. "All troops, listen to the order. Complete the preparation in 1 minute and rush back to the base in half an hour. Quick, quick, quick." Under Cheng Weiguo's roar, the soldiers boarded the truck with rifles. The gate opened immediately, and the 1st Corps took the lead, followed by the 2nd Corps. The 2 young C-51s that were resting on the apron took off immediately, dragging the Type 50 electromagnetic gun and power-armored airborne troops, and rushed to the base for support. Only 1,000 people from the 1st Corps and the 2nd Corps were left to garrison Camp 27, and all the others joined the team to return to defense. Sitting in the tank turret, Cheng Weiguo frowned as he looked at the billowing smoke. What on earth happened? At the same time, the 6th Block also quickly took action. When the sentry on duty at the gate discovered the smoke in the direction of the fishbone base, Zhao Gang immediately summoned 2/3 of the 3rd Corps, along with 1,000 mercenaries who were still under contract, and marched towards the direction of the fishbone base. The communication was blocked. I should have expected a problem. Chunan frowned and looked at the standby command on the EP. The other party not only blocked the communication, but also hijacked the communication channel between the fishbone base and the 6th Block. In order not to arouse suspicion, the other party used the vague standby command to respond to any of Chunan's requests. But who could it be? Facing the holographic map, Chunan frowned and fell into deep thought. Just as the 3rd Corps returned to defend, the battle outside the wall of the fishbone base also started. Fire. The mortar array emitted a series of electromagnetic ejection sounds, followed by a series of explosions outside the wall. The crawler carrying a rifle grenade pendant continued to output firepower towards the wall, and a series of flames exploded on the wall of the base. Concrete chips flew everywhere, and many walls had exposed the steel skeleton behind the concrete blocks. The soldiers leaning against the bunker fought desperately and fired back with the rifles in their hands. In the confrontation with hot weapons, the nitrogen armor that was recently equipped to the troops came in handy. letting the shrapnel fly over his head. The soldier crouching behind the bunker with gritted teeth set up the red arrow 42 in his hand and roared to dispel the fear in his chest. Missile. Fire. The missile was thrown out, flipped up into the sky, and then fell rapidly, hitting the fleeing crawler robot. It's a great shot. The sound of the explosion cut off the voice, and a strong tremor came from under everyone's feet. Damn it. The door was blown open. In modern warfare, things like walls are not very meaningful. A full-egged robot rushed to the door at high speed, directly detonated the C4 explosives on its body, and blew the entire steel door panel away. The East Gate is lost. Repeat, the East Gate is lost. The defense line is shrinking. Put up the electromagnetic gun. Quick. Because the radio was blocked, the command could only rely on the broadcast in the base, and the scene was extremely chaotic. The crawler that rushed into the wall quickly turned the muzzle of the gun, and the triangular revolver barrel vented fierce firepower on the wall. Soldiers who didn't have time to dodge fell to the ground one after another, and a string of blood exploded on the wall. Emp. With a roar, a soldier fell to the ground, dodging the bullets shot from the top of his head, and threw an EMP grenade under the wall. The sound of electricity passed by, and the closest crawler was immediately paralyzed, and several crawlers closer to it also fell into a state of rigidity. At this time, a rain of orange-yellow bullets broke out from the direction of the apartment building. The hunter core lurking behind the ground bunker pulled the trigger at the crawler robot and VIP drone that broke into the wall, and the bullets splashed a string of sparks on the steel surface. At the same time, the Type 99 anti-tank gun that had been withdrawn from the wall to the base also vented its firepower, leaving a series of deep pits on the wall and the ground. The soldiers on the wall began to retreat, pulling the battlefield from the wall to the ground. The soldiers' families retreated to the villas and community centers one after another, and the combat-capable men and even some strong women were issued with rifles and stood on the front line to defend themselves and those important to them. The community center and Jiang Chen's villa, these two obvious landmark buildings, were the targets of the supreme camp. The NAC soldiers obviously would not let them succeed, and they held the defense line without giving up an inch. Standing in the study room on the top floor of the villa, Jiang Chen, wearing a T3 power armor, looked out the window. The battle line gradually approached the villa, and the soldiers had retreated to the edge of the backyard wall of the villa. The flying shrapnel even scraped down the bulletproof glass, leaving spider web-like cracks on it. Has it only been 5 minutes? He looked at the time on the holographic screen, and took a deep breath. Are you going? Sun Jiao's voice sounded behind him. She was leaning against the door of the study room with the PK-2000 assault rifle hanging on her chest. From her mechanical exoskeleton outfit and the expression on her face, her meaning was very clear. Of course. I'm going to cheat. Why are you following me? Jiang Chen said helplessly. If it was a machine, that method should work. But no matter what, it was still a bit risky to implement it. Cheating? Sun Jiao sometimes didn't quite understand what he said, but it didn't stop her from expressing her determination. Protect this home. Sun Jiao said seriously. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment. Suddenly, there was a loud bang outside the villa, as if something exploded on the wall of the villa. Be careful. You too. Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen and smiled. Chapter 487. This is impossible. Fuck. Their firepower is too strong. The machine gunner squatting behind the folding bunker yelled wildly. Emp. Do you have any more emp? The rifleman lying 5 meters away from him yelled at him. All used up. Damn it, I need ammunition. His eardrums were almost shattered by the explosion of gunpowder. He clenched his teeth tightly, and his hand hardly left the trigger. The radio was blocked, the gunfire continued, and communication could only be done by shouting. Suddenly, a recoilless gun hit the surface of the folding bunker. A dent as big as a bowl appeared on the surface of the steel plate. The machine gunner squatting behind him had not reacted yet, and was covered in the face by the fragments produced by the collapse effect, and flew backwards. Seeing his comrades killed, the soldier squatting beside him had red eyes, climbed up from the ground, and rushed to the machine gun position. However, before he could run to steps, he was beaten into a sieve by the rain of bullets falling from the sky. Smoke filled the nozzle of the rocket. The reptiles that had finished firing stood still, and began to reload. The battlefield was in chaos. The shouts of orders were drowned out by the sound of gunfire and artillery fire. Under the suppression of information, the Supreme Faction had already gained the upper hand. Several VIP drones broke through the firepower network and whizzed past from low altitude. The vortex engine sprayed azure airflow, tearing a gap in the NAC's defense line. Then a big hand came. The smoke bomb exploded suddenly, and Jiang Chen, wearing T3 power armor, suddenly broke through the wall and touched two of the VIPs that were gliding low at the same time. The figures crossed each other, and the two VIPs disappeared out of thin air. Jiang Chen closed his left eye, and a hint of pride appeared at the corner of his mouth. Being sent into the dark microcosm, the two drones instantly fell to the border of the microcosm like blind flies. Because there was no air, the vortex engine instantly shut down. The drone, which had lost power and information guidance, just stagnated at the border of the small universe. It's just as I expected. When facing machines, the storage space is simply a killer. Jiang Chen smiled and cast his eyes on the drones and quadruped robots outside the smoke screen. Because they are not living organisms, the energy consumed by the storage space is almost the same as that of normal objects. When facing these machine units with a volume of only 1-2 cubic meters, this storage space is simply like a plug-in. As long as you can touch it. After discovering the power armor, the quadruped robot that was about to break through the wall immediately turned its gun muzzle and concentrated its firepower on Jiang Chen. Nitrogen armor. The violent airflow blew it away suddenly, deflecting the trajectory of the accumulated shot. Facing the hail of bullets, the vortex engine behind it suddenly sprayed, dragging Jiang Chen sideways to the wall on the side. At least 20 crawlers surrounded the broken wall, and the machine guns on the top spewed flames, breaking the smoke and the wall into several sections. However, at this moment, countless steel wires inlaid with magnets pierced through the smoke and stuck to the more than 20 crawler robots under the attraction of magnetism. As long as they can touch it. With a grim smile on his lips, Jiang Chen, who was crouching behind the bunker, tightly grasped the several silk threads in his hand. I'm simply a genius. Storage space activated. More than 20 crawlers connected by silk threads just disappeared from the battlefield out of thin air. How is it possible? Standing in the space station, Lin Chaoan leaned on the table in a very humane way, staring at the battle situation uploaded by the satellite image in disbelief. More than 20 robots just disappeared from under his eyes. He thought he had seen the two VIPs just now, but now it seems that this power armor is indeed a bit strange. Lin Chaoan's eyes shrank slightly, and the electronic eyes locked onto the power armor. Jiang Chen? He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His finger slid across the screen, selecting 200 drones and 20 crawlers, and then pointed his finger at the power armor. The commander is going to the battlefield? He is looking for death. But at this moment, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar yet unfamiliar figure in his peripheral vision. How is it possible? He muttered to himself, his face full of disbelief. Damn, too much. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and dodged the fire net that was shot at him. The nitrogen shield can only blow away a limited amount of mass. Once the amount of bullets per unit time is too large, the fire net will be able to easily break through his defense. At this time, of course, he can use the crossing skill to avoid it, but considering that Lin Chaoan is standing in the God's Rod at this moment, any open air area must be under his surveillance. If possible, he doesn't want to expose his ability. On the roof of the villa, Sun Jiao set up a ghost sniper rifle and calmly provided support to Jiang Chen. She tried to prevent her anxiety from distracting her attention, but when she saw the dense firepower net rushing towards Jiang Chen, her heart couldn't help but shrink. Don't let anything happen. Gritting her teeth, she pulled the trigger. Bang! The reptile that was pierced through the observation hole immediately fell to the ground, emitting dark blue electric sparks. At this moment, her heart wrinkled with warning signs and she rolled to the side. At the same time, a series of dense firepower nets rushed from behind, smashing the rubble she was lying on into pieces. TSK. After spitting, Sun Jiao suddenly pulled out the laser pistol from her waist, swept her index finger across the power adjustment knob, and pulled the trigger at the same time. The dense laser beams burst out in an instant, instantly burning the VIP into a honeycomb shape, and it fell sideways on the roof. But at this moment, a drop of cold sweat slid across her forehead. In her field of vision, at least 10 VIPs appeared. The muzzle of the black hole had already locked onto her. Damn, she didn't pay attention to what was happening around her. Just as Sun Jiao raised the muzzle of the gun in despair, aimed at the VIP closest to her, and pulled the trigger, a red light suddenly penetrated the airspace, and the 10 VIPs surrounding Sun Jiao fell to the ground one after another. The laser pistol in her hand also went silent. Linling. Sun Jiao looked at Linling in surprise. She was covering her left eye, stumbling onto the roof, holding a dagger tightly in her hand, against her heart. Have you caught up? Don't move. You don't want him to get hurt. Anyway, you can't go back anyway. I promise you, I will lend you my body at some point. As if she was fighting against something, her facial muscles twitched, and she muttered to herself, stumbling to the edge of the roof. Then, she forced her sight to the group of drones and robots surrounding Jiang Chen, and shouted in a sharp voice, now. Red light condensed in front of Linling's eyes, and the arc of light that looked like a solid object distorted the space in front of her eyes, as if something terrible was brewing. Sun Jiao was stunned at first, and then she was shocked, and immediately propped herself up, and shouted at Jiang Chen. Quick, use the time travel. Perhaps because he heard Sun Jiao shout, Jiang Chen disappeared without hesitation. Almost at the same time, the Scarlet Ray instantly slid across the battlefield, destroying all electronic equipment in the area. High-density crane particles fell rapidly towards the three-dimensional world, and the accelerated high-energy particles instantly burned the circuits inside the robots and drones. Crane Particle Ray. A powerful weapon developed by the Harmony Camp, to fight against the Supreme Camp. This is impossible. Lin Chaoan muttered to himself, his electronic eyes locked tightly on Linling, and data streams flashed in his pupils. Samples from shelter number 05. My father's masterpiece. The first generation of cyborgs. His sister. Number 00. Linling. Chapter 488 Reinforcement. When Jiang Chen returned to the apocalypse again, he was immediately dumbfounded. The barrels of the reptile robots were all drooping, and the VIP drones were all over the ground. Damn. What kind of plug-in is more powerful than mine? Jiang Chen immediately looked in the direction of the villa, and saw Linling holding a dagger in one hand, and weakly waving at him with the other hand. It turned out to be it, or she. Jiang Chen's expression was a little complicated. Ting Ting was the spy planted by the Harmony Camp beside him. Although the antenna was gone now, he was still hesitant about how to deal with it. She seemed to love him, but his impression of her was far less profound than her impression of him. However, she obviously saved him now. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. Jiang Chen sighed, but at this moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. The dagger slipped from Linling's hand, and the shaky body slowly fell outside. Linling. Sun Jiao saw something was wrong, and rushed over with a cry, but because the distance was too far, her hand finally missed Linling. With her hand hanging in the air, she looked at Linling falling to the ground, and cried out with all her strength. No. At this time, a black shadow rushed over, and Jiang Chen suddenly caught Linling, who was head down, and rolled on the ground with her in his arms, and slammed her hard against the wall. His head was dizzy from the impact, and he shook his head hard, looking anxiously at Linling in his arms. The mask popped open, and Jiang Chen immediately moved his face closer. Feeling the weak breath, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Big pervert, do you want to kiss me again? Linling said weakly, looking at Jiang Chen with her eyes slightly opened. Can you pause at the first word? Jiang Chen smiled helplessly. Linling smiled weakly, and looked to the side. A little blush appeared on her fair cheeks. Turn me over. Ting Ting's voice appeared in her mind. No, let me stay a little longer. Having mastered the trick of communicating with her, Linling said in her mind. You lied to me. How could it be? I said I would lend it to you. But this is a princess hug. A blush appeared on Linling's face. Although there was steel between them. So it's my turn. What are you mumbling about? Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh as he watched Linling's expression change constantly. No, what clang clang. Clang. The accumulated firepower instantly covered over and hit Jiang Chen's back like raindrops. Ugh. Jiang Chen cried out in pain and gritted his teeth to protect Linling in his arms. The back is the entrance to the power armor and the weakest part of the power armor. It is a stupid choice to use the back to face the enemy, but he is holding Lin Ling at this moment. Warning, power equipment damage. Damn. I was careless. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen swung his hand violently, and a steel wire shot into the smoke and stuck to the reptile robot. With a shake of his hand, the steel wire and the robot it was pulling immediately disappeared from the spot. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen's face changed again. The power device was damaged, and the entire power armor became soft. The 300 kilogram weight was completely carried by his muscles, and his whole body was as sluggish as if it was filled with lead. Not daring to stop, Jiang Chen stood up holding Lin Ling, dragging his heavy body, and jogging to the side of the villa. I'll cover you. At this moment, Sun Jiao was already lying on the roof, aiming a sniper rifle at the collapsed courtyard wall. However, at this moment, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. 10 reptile robots and 10 VIPs rushed into the broken wall again. No matter how good her shooting skills were, it was impossible to get rid of 20 in an instant. Damn it. Jiang Chen suddenly raised the revolver barrel of his right arm and swept it at the mechanical cluster. The bullets sparked on the surface of the machine, but the firepower of the opponent was no less than his. In order to protect Lin Ling, he had to bear those bullets. Holding the trigger tightly, the barrel of the revolver rotated at high speed. With one hand holding Lin Ling and protecting her to his side, Jiang Chen moved towards the edge of the villa with difficulty. As long as he got to the other side. Warning, armor damage 80%. Please get out of the armor as soon as possible. Enough, put me down. Reaching out and putting her hand on Jiang Chen's chest, Lin Ling smiled weakly. Enough. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and locked his eyes on the group of machines that rushed over here regardless of casualties. I said, I will take you to eat pudding all over the world. Although it was a very vulgar word, Lin Ling's heart couldn't help but warm up. Feeling the restlessness in her chest, she gently closed her eyes. What to do? The storage space is full. Looking at the nitrogen armor that was gradually running out of energy, feeling the increasingly strong collision on his side, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, freed his hands, and raised his rifle to fight back. Suddenly, where his crotches were pointing, dust rose up without warning, interrupting the firepower that was coming. Jiang Chen was stunned, raised his head suddenly, and immediately showed ecstasy on his face. It was ES 51. The support of the second core finally arrived. Direct hit. Reload. Complete. Fire. This is gunboat 1. It has arrived above the target. Marshal, are you okay? A steady voice sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. After destroying the signal hijacking device with an electromagnetic gun, the communication has returned to normal. I'm very bad. Thank you. I finally made it. Jiang Chen sat on the ground with a wry smile. Finally made it. The sky dropped a black dot, and the airborne power armor forcibly landed in the backyard of the villa, forming an arc formation to help Jiang Chen. At the same time, the Type 50 electromagnetic cannon hanging in the air poured fierce firepower on the enemy formation, crushing the already declining mechanical troops to the ground. Communication was restored, and the teams that had been fighting on their own united again. Han Junhe, who was holding on to the community center, immediately issued combat deployments through the command map, commanding the remaining troops in the base and the airborne troops of the 1st Corps that entered the war zone to launch a counterattack against the remaining mechanical troops. The battle situation was determined. Standing in the space station, Lin Chaoan looked at the disappearing chess pieces on the screen expressionlessly. He still didn't understand how Jiang Chen managed to destroy those dozens of robots. And the ability to disappear and reappear suddenly. Is it a hidden genetic code? No, it's unlikely. This ability that violates the laws of physics is not something that can be done by genetic codes. Lin Chaoan slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, there was no human behavior on his face. All computing power was invested in analyzing the incident, but some things cannot be solved by calculation. He sighed and opened his eyes. Father, I need your wisdom. Silently, Lin Chaoan clicked a few times on the operation interface and pointed the antenna he had repaired at a certain place in Wanghe City. The plan failed halfway, and the harmonious camp withdrew, but Jiang Chen was still alive, and he wanted to know what to do next. Moreover, Lin Ling was still alive. The results of shelter number 05 were not as complete as they imagined. However, at this moment, Yao, who had been busy in front of the computer, but had not used anything, and finally breathed a sigh of relief when the information blockade was lifted, suddenly noticed an abnormal electromagnetic wave. It came from space. Shooting too. Without the slightest hesitation, Yao waved his nimble fingers and quickly tapped on the touchpad, tracking the address of the signal. The holographic map emerged, and the coordinates of the received signal were marked on the map in the form of red dots. Looking at the map, Yao opened his eyes wide and swallowed. Yao, you have done a great deed. Chapter 489 Counterattack. The wall left a vast ruin. At this moment, the fishbone base was full of broken glass, exposed steel bars, and cement blocks that had fallen from the walls. The apartment buildings near the wall were basically half destroyed by recoilless guns and rifle grenades during the exchange of fire, and the community center was also damaged to a considerable extent. Even Jiang Chen's villa had half of its wall collapsed due to the heavy machine gun bullets. Steel scaffoldings were set up next to the buildings and walls that needed to be repaired, and Lu Huosheng directed the survivors to repair the base buildings. Wang Qing led the logistics department staff to assess the material losses and coordinate the resumption of production at the military factory. 70% of the 500 recruits were killed in the battle, and half of the hunter corps was reduced. The battle situation can be described as tragic. Jiang Chen personally held a funeral for these fallen warriors and buried their bodies in the cemetery outside the base. It is not an exaggeration to describe the heavy losses as heavy, but it is not without gains. For example, at this moment, Jiang Chen's storage space was filled with a large number of immobile quadruped robots and drones. Without the guidance of the drone control terminal, the robots without minds could only flutter their limbs in the empty storage space, idling their engines, consuming the little remaining power, looking for enemies that did not exist at all. When the power of these robots was completely exhausted, Jiang Chen would be able to get them out and send them to the shelter for technical restoration and transformation. After arranging the post-war reconstruction work, Jiang Chen found Jiang Lin. This guy was obviously shot in the arm and was now wrapped in bandages, looking quite embarrassed. Although he sympathized with his situation, there were more important things to do at the moment, so Jiang Chen did not ask too much condolences and got straight to the point. It has been confirmed that the Rod of God is controlled by the hostile forces of NAC. Do you have any way to shoot it down? The Rod of God. Jiang Lin looked embarrassed. I'm afraid it's difficult. That thing is known as an aerial fortress. If we use missiles, it may be destroyed by its laser anti-missile system as soon as it flies to low Earth orbit. Is that so? Jiang Chen frowned. The Rod of God is like a sword hanging in the air. If it is not removed, it will be unbearable. Even if its tungsten rod bullet has been exhausted, there is no guarantee that Lin Chaoan will not find a way to get another one from the synchronous orbit and reload the tungsten rod bullet ring. In fact, the key lies in the extent to which he has repaired the Rod of God. But even if the laser anti-missile system has not been repaired, our means of killing in the synchronous orbit are very limited. Jiang Lin said helplessly. Jiang Chen said, the Rod of God should not be repaired so thoroughly. If we use the Bifeng 76, can it cause damage to it? In theory, the Bifeng 76 can reach the synchronous orbit, but if it carries conventional explosives, it will be difficult to damage the shell of the Rod of God by detonating it in the synchronous orbit under the vacuum environment. Jiang Lin explained to Jiang Chen. After all, it is a weapon that NATO has been constantly improving for a century. It is a bit difficult to destroy this space fortress with the copycat Bifeng 76. What if the combat parts are replaced with EMP? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. Ordinary EMP weapons are difficult to damage the electronic parts of the Rod of God, otherwise it would not be so difficult to deal with. Jiang Lin shook his head and said, there is no need to damage the Rod of God. Jiang Chen raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Just get rid of a robot hidden in the Rod of God. Jiang Lin was stunned, then touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Theoretically, it should be possible. If the armor on the surface of the Rod of God is broken, the wide area EMP weapon should be able to cause damage to the unprotected mechanical units inside. After leaving the problem of solving the sky to Jiang Chen immediately came to the community center and summoned the leaders of the 3 major corps and the leader of the Hunter Corps, Ma Zhongcheng, in the conference room to hold an emergency combat meeting. Just half an hour ago, Yao, who had been trying to break through the radio blockade, accidentally intercepted the communication coordinates between the Rod of God and the ground facilities. The target of the Rod of God is within the scope of Wanghei City, so Jiang Chen will naturally not let this guy go. The target is on the eastern edge of the city center, that is, the right bank of the Huangpu River. Considering the relationship with Liuding Town, several rocket attacks did not include the right bank of the Huangpu River in the attack range. A simple war mobilization, Jiang Chen issued a combat order, and Han Junhua made a combat deployment. The meeting ended in 10 minutes, and the 3 corps completed its preparations in 10 minutes. After leaving more than 1,000 soldiers for defense, the 3 corps set off together. At the same time, all 8 Fireball 1 missiles at the rocket launch site were loaded and used incendiary bombs to cover the target area to eliminate possible alien species. At the same time, the IS-51 transported the researchers of the Institute of Aerospace Science and Technology to Shengxiang Town to replace the combat parts of the Bifeng 76 ballistic missile deployed there, replacing the conventional explosives with wide-area EMP devices. Once the combat parts are replaced, it will be launched into the synchronous orbit to eliminate the robot Lin Chaoan who stayed in the space station. About half an hour has passed since the Bifeng 76 with the wide-area EMP combat parts was launched. In the Lin's shelter, located 3,000 meters underground, the main control computer in the center of the room was operating quietly. In the silent space, only the buzzing of the chassis could be heard. The screen above the main control computer flickered with a faint fluorescence. The middle-aged man on the screen supported his chin and fell into deep thought facing the empty shelter. He glanced at the culture tank directly below, where his brain was stored in the life support device. He had not looked at it since he abandoned his body 20 years ago. But looking at it now, he could not help but feel a little nostalgic. Of course, the heart here refers to an abstract concept. He has no heart, and all parts, except the brain, have been replaced by machines. When he finds the tools to replace his brain with machines, he can even discard the last burden. A cold light slowly lit up in the shelter, coming from the bottom of a hibernation chamber. Inert gas overflowed, the hatch slowly opened, and a handsome man walked out of the hibernation chamber. This is the convenience of robots. Even if they are destroyed countless times, as long as the backup data is still there, they can be reborn countless times. Father. Lin Chaoan knelt on one knee. Yeah. He responded and stopped talking. Very rarely, this time the father did not give his son any instructions, but just looked at his son quietly. Whenever he looked at it, he felt like he was looking at a puppet. But he understood this feeling, because the lack of emotions of intermediate artificial intelligence made them more like tools without desires than individuals. The silence lasted for a long time, and he suddenly spoke. What should we do now? Lin Chaoan raised his head and smiled, waiting for your instructions. Sighing, the father shook his head. Although he was infinitely close to the realm of God, in the final analysis, he was just an individual without completing the digitization of his thoughts. Having lost the authority of God, he had lost everything. The satellite images fed back from the God Scepter showed that the NAC, which had joined forces, was heading towards his shelter. Not only did they launch EMP missiles to attack the God Scepter, but now they used incendiary bombs to clear the alien species in the nearby area. According to the original plan, the mechanical troops controlled by him would launch a siege on the Fishbone base. Whether Jiang Chen surrendered or died, the NAC would fall apart under his leadership. The entire Wanghei city will fall into chaos again, and all the survivors will become supreme believers. He will have the opportunity to restart the Advanced Artificial Intelligence Research and Development Plan, and lead all believers to the road of electronicization. However, reality and plan are different. Both Lin Ling and Jiang Chen's abilities have become variables that affect the final outcome. At this moment, their positions are exposed, and they will have to face the anger of NAC. With the ability of quantum computers, can't you figure out the next move? Asked the father. Lin Chaoan did not answer, but just waited quietly for his father's order. Computers themselves cannot think unless humans tell them what to think. It's obviously just a little bit away. Looking at Lin Chaoan, who was kneeling on one knee, the father fell into deep thought. However, at this moment, Lin Chaoan suddenly broke the silence in the shelter. Speaking of which, I saw Lin Ling in that base. The kind father on the screen was stunned at first, and then his pupils began to shrink. Chapter 490, an unexpected surprise. 320 rockets were launched, covering the new Century Square on the other side of the Huangpu River with a whistling sound. The front end of the missile plunged into the concrete ground without any explosion. Blue electric sparks jumped on the outer shell of the missile, and the harsh sound of electric current crackled in the area. A wisp of green smoke rose from the alert machine gun, and 320 EMP rockets completely destroyed all unprotected electronic equipment in the area. The Y-51 flew over the new Century Square and confirmed the safety of the area. The three major corps began to pass through the highway bridge one after another, and the combat force of 5,000 people advanced to the new Century Square without any resistance. Under such a high intensity and high density EMP attack, even with good EMP resistance, it is difficult to escape the burning of chips. There was no fighting, and the NAC soldiers easily occupied the place. However, what made Cheng Weiguo wonder was also here. He did not encounter any resistance, and did not see anyone. This made him feel like he was punching the air. After discussing with Zhao Gang and Wang Xiaowu, Cheng Weiguo ordered to station troops in the square and sent out scouts to search the surrounding area. Near the new Century Square, the scouts of the First Corps found a data transmission tower placed on the ground and an automated factory. After discovering the factory, Cheng Weiguo immediately sent soldiers to occupy it and seized 2 production lines of reptile robots and VIP drones. Compared with the compact multifunctional drone Hummingbird, the VIP is a thorough war machine. The suspended fixed machine gun and the narrow fuselage can carry 6 times more ammunition than the Hummingbird drone, while maintaining flexibility and maneuverability. The Independent Attack Command Unit enables it to complete combat missions offline by relying on the preset friend or foe identification system and terrain analysis system. The reptile robot, like the VIP, is an unmanned ground combat vehicle, UGV, that can complete combat missions offline. In wartime, it often cooperates with infantry to advance. As a mobile supply box, it is also a powerful mobile firepower platform. The title of Battlefield Assistant is not for nothing. It was a pleasant surprise for Jiang Chen to find so many treasures in Lin Chaoan's old nest. Soon, the scouts of the Third Corps found the entrance to the shelter and the subway station near the square. After simply clearing out the zombies entrenched in the subway, the NAC soldiers immediately took control of the place. However, a new problem arose. The other party locked the elevator leading to the underground and completely retreated underground. Cheng Weiguo immediately ordered the elevator platform to be dismantled, and then sent a knight-wearing T3 power armor down. The armor was tied with graphene cables, and if something went wrong, the person would be pulled up immediately. After reaching the bottom, the knight encountered a situation similar to that of shelter number 27. The door of the shelter was closed, and the heavy door panel did not look like it could be opened by external force. The words Lin's shelter were engraved on the gear-shaped door. Judging from the number, it should be a private shelter, not a digital shelter established by Pan-Asia Cooperation. Presumably, the people inside were exchanging information with the ground through the data transmission tower on the surface. Faced with this situation, Cheng Weiguo had to call Jiang Chen again and ask for instructions on how to deal with the shelter. Although we can't open the door, we can place explosives at the bottom. Only 100 tons of explosives are needed to completely collapse this 3,000-meter tunnel and bury them completely underground. If it's just buried, it's a hidden danger after all. Jiang Chen shook his head. Besides, I'm curious about what's behind the door. But in theory, the door of the shelter cannot be opened from the outside. Cheng Weiguo smiled bitterly. This is indeed a troublesome thing, and Jiang Chen couldn't think of a good way for a while. He didn't have a better way to open the tortoise shell that even a nuclear bomb couldn't open. How about this? You stay there and wait for me to go there in person. Okay. Cheng Weiguo nodded in response. After the communication ended, Jiang Chen closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair to think for a moment. However, after thinking about it, he really couldn't think of any good way. At this time, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." The door of the office was pushed open, and Sun Jiao, who had taken off her exoskeleton, walked in. Linling has recovered, but her body is still very weak. The clean particle beam used by Ting Ting, who was living in her body, consumed too much energy. "How is it?" The situation on the front line. After entering the office, Sun Jiao was a little tired and pulled a chair to sit in front of his desk. Lin Chaoen's gathering point has been cleared, and 2 production lines of Crawler and VIP were seized from their gathering point. The only trouble is that there are people hid in the shelter. If they have any people, bury them. Use nuclear bombs, Sun Jiao said viciously. When she thought of the series of bullet holes on the wall of the villa and the messy base, Sun Jiao felt annoyed. After living here for so long, this place is like her home. It is really difficult to appease the hatred in her heart if she does not destroy those hateful guys. We will definitely kill them, but it's a pity to bury them. Jiang Chen smiled at Sun Jiao, who was gritting her teeth. What should we do? They are hiding in their tortoise shells and won't come out. Sun Jiao leaned on the table and pouted in dissatisfaction. After a pause, Jiang Chen said, "I'll go there in person later." Go there in person? Sun Jiao was stunned for a moment, then looked at Jiang Chen vigilantly. "You are not going to do anything dangerous again, are you? How is that possible?" Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at her. "I just want to try whether the storage space can throw the entire door in." Looking at Jiang Chen suspiciously, Sun Jiao, who was leaning on her arms, tilted her head. "It shouldn't work. I remember that your storage space cannot divide and store connected objects. As for the door, it should be closely connected to the wall." Sun Jiao and Jiang Chen had done experiments together. To put it simply, a gun held in someone else's hand cannot be thrown into the storage space because creatures with life energy greater than a certain level cannot enter the storage space, and the gun held by the person is assumed to be a whole. Also, objects that are indirectly in contact cannot be transported together, but objects connected to magnets and steel can be transported. Jiang Chen guessed that this might be related to the molecular surface force, but he didn't know why objects placed on the floor would not be considered as a whole with the earth. Even now, this storage space still has many secrets that he still doesn't understand. "How do you know if you don't try?" Jiang Chen sighed. Although he also felt that there was no hope, he had to give it a try, right? That was the black technology of the Supreme Camp. Just 2 production lines had benefited him a lot. Who knew what treasures were hidden inside? When they arrived at the apron, the 2 Y-51s had returned to the base and were on standby. After changing into the new T3 power armor, Jiang Chen was about to board the plane when he saw Linling trotting towards him. Stopping at the door of the cabin, Jiang Chen turned around and asked in surprise, "Linling, why are you here?" Linling looked away embarrassedly after holding her knees and taking a few breaths. "I heard from Sister Sun Jiao that you were going there, and I was a little worried about you, so I followed you. You should take good care of your injuries." Jiang Chen glanced at her speechlessly and turned to prepare to board the plane. "Wait, don't go. I can help. If the opponent is a machine, I can use the crane particle ray to wipe them out completely," said Linling, proudly puffing up her chest, curling her lips and saying, "I saved you a few hours ago. Anyway, it will be much safer with me." And this is what Ting Ting meant. Linling silently added in her heart, "In your current state, can you still use that ability?" Jiang Chen asked doubtfully. "Of course. I have almost recovered. Please take me with you." Linling nodded vigorously. Sighing, Jiang Chen had to nod. "Okay, then you promise me that you won't cause trouble when the time comes." "Don't worry. I'm very obedient." Linling smiled and said happily. Seeing her so lively, Jiang Chen felt relieved. Indeed, it was a good choice to take Linling with him. That crane particle ray is simply the nemesis of machines. Even if it encounters a powerful armored unit, it will be a piece of cake. Moreover, Linling already knew the secret of his storage space, so taking her down would ensure safety and there would be no need to worry about confidentiality. In this way, Linling followed Jiang Chen onto the helicopter. Under the guidance of the guide, the IS-51 slowly took off and flew the 2 of them towards the city center. Chapter 491, An Unwelcoming Reunion. 1000 meters underground. The vertical passage leading to the underground has been replaced with a new elevator, which is suspended by tough graphene cables, and leads vertically to the underground. At this moment, Jiang Chen, wearing a T3 power armor, is standing on the elevator platform, his eyes closely watching the holographic instrument in the helmet. Especially the continuously decreasing oxygen content, which made Jiang Chen frown slightly. As expected, the shelter below should not be inhabited. Standing next to him is Linling. The little girl is wrapped tightly in an orange-yellow chemical protective suit, and she is carrying an oxygen tank as thick as a thigh on her back. Although she is a cyborg, both her brain and some key organs are made of flesh and blood. Even though many parts have been replaced by machines, it is not wrong to say that she is a thorough human. Turn on the oxygen supply device. When Jiang Chen saw that the oxygen content fell below the threshold, he said in a deep voice, "Yes." Linling obediently stretched her hand to her neck and pressed the oxygen supply switch. When they arrived at the temporary station in the New Century Plaza, it was already night. However, at this moment, more than 1000 meters underground, there was no essential difference between night and day. At first, Cheng Weiguo sternly refused Jiang Chen to go down in person, until Jiang Chen brought out his identity as a marshal. He nodded with difficulty and compromised. It was no wonder that he was worried. After all, the base camp of the hostile forces was below. But Jiang Chen had nothing to worry about. At this moment, he still had 100 cubic meters of storage space left, and he would not worry too much, even if he encountered a few crawlers. What's more, Linling was standing next to him. The Harmony creature hidden in this girl's body was a robot killer. Almost no electronic unit could survive the Crane particle ray. Approaching the underground, Jiang Chen pulled out a tactical rifle from his waist and turned on the hanging flashlight at the same time. Linling, who was standing next to him, swallowed hard, shrank behind him in a very cowardly manner, and a trace of timidity appeared on her face. "Let me do it." A slightly sarcastic voice came out from the bottom of his heart, and it was definitely Tingting without a doubt. Since she learned to speak, she has become more and more unbridled. Who said I was scared?" Linling blushed, and immediately said in her heart, "It's not me anyway." Tingting said lightly, "Just follow me." As if realizing Linling's timidity, Jiang Chen put his hand on her shoulder. Linling, who had been absent-minded, was startled by Jiang Chen's action. After she reacted, she showed a blush of embarrassment on her face. Jiang Chen looked at her suspiciously. "Is it really okay like this?" The elevator slowly hit the bottom, and Jiang Chen's rifle was locked straight at the door of the shelter. But as he expected, the door was locked. Walking to the door with Linling, Jiang Chen put his hand on the door. "Storage space, start." No response. "Is the door in the wall really a hole?" Jiang Chen frowned slightly and said to himself. Just as Jiang Chen was thinking about how to open the door, Linling walked hesitantly to Jiang Chen's side, looked at him and whispered, "How about I just use the ray to kill all the robots inside, and then we can go back." "Kill them all?" "Well, let's keep this as a reserve option. If possible, I want to get the things inside." Jiang Chen reached out and fumbled on the gear-shaped giant door, trying to find some switches or something like that. After all, it is the nest of the Supreme Camp. Since they can create things like Lancheoan, they must have their own advantages in electronic technology. Compared with the biological and genetic technologies of the Harmonious Camp, the compatibility of electronic technology with NAC is undoubtedly much higher. Linling seemed to be a little afraid of the darkness here, and was looking around anxiously. "It seems that there is something bad living in it. Can I shoot it?" Tingting said. "It's better not to. If everything inside is damaged, Jiang Chen will definitely be angry." Linling muttered in her heart. "Then there is nothing we can do." After saying that, Tingting stopped talking. There was no switch, not even a data cable for communication similar to that in shelter number 27. Jiang Chen tried to take out the laser sword from the storage space and poked it at the heavy door. 10 minutes later, the laser sword ran out of energy. Jiang Chen raised his flashlight and saw that there was only an ale-sized burn mark on the door. What kind of material is this made of? Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse and kicked the door. The echo was very dull. Judging from the tone alone, the door was at least 7 or 8 meters thick. This can no longer be described as a door, it is simply a wall. Is it time to give up? Jiang Chen sighed. But just as he was about to let Lin Ling use the crane particle beam on the door suddenly made a sound. Jiang Chen was startled and immediately pulled out the tactical rifle from his waist. Ah! Lin Ling screamed in fear and quickly shrank back behind Jiang Chen. The gear-shaped door slowly moved forward, and the rock layer covering it loosened a burst of dust. Jiang Chen led Lin Ling to slowly retreat, and they kept a certain distance from the door. The vibration lasted for about half a minute, and the gear-shaped door suddenly stopped, and then began to roll sideways. 8.1 meters thick. I may not be able to penetrate it, Ting Ting thought to herself. Is there anything you can't penetrate? Lin Ling couldn't help asking. Of course. Although clean particles can cause strong electromagnetic pulses, this does not mean that the penetration power is unlimited. You are studying this aspect, don't you know this little problem? Although there was no sarcasm in Ting Ting's tone, Lin Ling couldn't help blushing. Just when she wanted to refute something, Jiang Chen, who was standing in front of her, suddenly spoke. Lin Ling, prepare for battle, try to control the output power, and don't demolish non-combat units. Okay. Lin Ling nodded hurriedly. But at this moment, a man with his hands raised in surrender suddenly walked out of the dark cave. When he saw the face clearly, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, and the red dot sight was already pointed at his face. Lin Chaoan. Yes, it's me. Lin Chaoan sighed, and said in a teasing tone, I didn't expect that we would meet again, in this way. You have provoked me again and again, you should have expected this day. Jiang Chen said lightly, rubbing his finger on the trigger. Lin Chaoan shrugged and looked at Jiang Chen. No matter what, you won. In the end, father wants to see you. After saying that, Lin Chaoan looked at Lin Ling who was hiding behind Jiang Chen, and a bright smile appeared on his face. And you, my respected elder sister. Elder sister? Jiang Chen looked at Lin Ling in surprise, only to see that she was also confused. What? Lin Ling looked at Lin Chaoan in confusion. You'll know after you come in. Giving Lin Ling a mysterious smile, Lin Chaoan turned around and walked into the shelter with his back to Jiang Chen. Looking at the dark passage, Jiang Chen was a little unsure for a moment. Was this a trap, or did they really choose to surrender as Lin Chaoan said? After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Chen took out a signal stick, pulled out the fuse, and threw it out. The bright red light illuminated the space. In addition to rows of dome and chambers, there was only a basketball court-sized room without any weapons. Raising his rifle and on guard, Jiang Chen led Lin Ling into the shelter. Lin Ling. Lin Ling, who was hiding behind Jiang Chen, looked up at his helmet nervously. If they are about to close the door, you can fire a shot at the engine of the gate. Jiang Chen said in a voice that Lin Chaoan could hear. Okay. Lin Ling almost bit her tongue because she was too nervous. There was not much light in the room. The only light source was the signal stick thrown by Jiang Chen. The whole room was filled with rich ozone, which was why the signal stick burned very vigorously. In the center of the room sat a columnar computer, and the faintly flashing signal light indicated that it was running. In the center of the computer was a culture tank containing a brain, and at the bottom were densely packed pipelines connecting all the machines in the room. In the whole room, apart from the computer, there was a dome and chamber, and no signs of life could be seen. Rather than saying that this was a shelter, it was better to say that this was a mechanical city buried deep underground. The central computer was its brain and its heart, and the scattered pipelines were its blood vessels. Lin Chaoan walked under the computer and stopped. Father, they are here. The electronic screen suddenly lit up, and the face of a middle-aged man appeared in the center of the screen. His hair was neatly parted, his eyebrows were thick and neat, his black eyes looked calm and sharp, and the glasses on his nose added a bit of bookish air to him. Looking at the man, Lin Ling's pupils suddenly contracted, and she took 2 steps forward. Dad, don't go over there. Jiang Chen put his hand on her shoulder. No, that's my dad. Let me go. Let go. Lin Ling struggled hard, trying to break free from Jiang Chen's hand and run forward. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was also stunned. He had never expected this to happen. At this moment, his right hand was still holding the rifle horizontally, and he stretched out his left hand to hold Linling's shoulder tightly. Linling, your father has already boarded the colony ship. That was just a video. Jiang Chen almost said into the sky and changed his words in the middle. Dad, you came back to pick up your daughter, right? Linling said with a wavering look, her tone almost like she was about to cry. Jiang Chen stared at the middle-aged man. He raised his gun and aimed at the screen. If you pretend to be Linling's father again, I will shoot your head. No, Linling screamed. I'm not pretending to be anyone. The middle-aged man on the screen closed his eyes and pointed his finger downwards. I'm right here. You should be able to see my brain. The room fell silent. Linling stared at him blankly, her eyes flashing with disbelief. Brain? Dad, you. Jiang Chen's eyes also flashed with surprise, slightly adjusted the window aimed at the display screen, and turned to aim at the culture tank. Seeing Jiang Chen's little action, the middle-aged man couldn't help but smile. Is this how you treat your father-in-law? Father-in-law? Jiang Chen was stunned. Linling blushed and waved her hands quickly. No, Dad, you misunderstood. He is not that. But when she said this, her tone was obviously a little insincere. Ahem. The middle-aged man coughed lightly, interrupting his daughter's words, and turned to look at Jiang Chen seriously. Jiang Chen looked at him silently, the muzzle of the gun in his hand still pointed directly at his body. The brain. If this can give you a sense of security, just point it. But I have to remind you that the glass of my culture tank can withstand the shooting of anti-material sniper rifles. Can I shoot at this old man who emits ozone? Ting Ting did not hide her disgust for machines at all. No, he is my father. Suppressing Ting Ting's eagerness, Linling said anxiously in her heart. Hearing this, Jiang Chen grinned and lowered the muzzle of the gun. You let me in. Are you ready to surrender? I just want to see my daughter, the middle-aged man said with a kind smile. Looking at the middle-aged man, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. He never thought that in the end, things would turn out to be a reunion between father and daughter. Dad, where are you now? The colony ship. I didn't board the colony ship. The middle-aged man looked at Linling and said softly. Linling's eyes widened, and she didn't react for a while. She couldn't tell what she felt at the moment. Shocked, happy, sad. It didn't seem like any of them, but it seemed like a little bit of each. After a long time, she squeezed out a few words from her lips. Why? Because there is no need to go. The universe is so dark, it doesn't matter which direction you go. The middle-aged man spoke slowly. After speaking, he looked at Jiang Chen. I'm confused. You seem to have an incredible ability. My intuition tells me that this is the main reason for my failure. I don't deny your point of view. Jiang Chen said without comment. Nonsense. If there was no time travel and storage space, I would have died countless times, and I don't need you to say that. The middle-aged man stared into Jiang Chen's eyes for a long time, and then he sighed. Really? Although I hope that I failed for some deeper reasons. After saying that, he looked at Linling, his daughter. I'm an incompetent father. On the road to the highest, if there is anything I regret, it is probably you. Linling's eyes were shining with tears. No, Dad, you gave me life. You gave me the opportunity to The middle-aged man interrupted her. Do you know the reason why you suffer from muscular dystrophy? Linling was stunned. It's not because of congenital. No. The middle-aged man shook his head. I did it. Linling fell into a stagnation. Tears solidified on her face. Her little mouth murmured silently. Why? The story is a bit long. If you have patience, just read it slowly. A touch of nostalgia appeared on the face of the middle-aged man and gradually disappeared from the screen. The picture on the screen changed, like a yellowed old film rolling, opening the page of history. Chapter 492 The Road to the Supreme. The essence of life is a process, rather than a result. Birth, survival, and death. But when everything comes to an end, how many people can calmly accept this inevitable reincarnation? Immortality is a word full of temptation. Especially when the development of science and technology has gradually touched the forbidden zone of life, this temptation is particularly strong. There was a time when hundreds of millions of investments came like snowflakes, and laboratories of all sizes sprang up like mushrooms after rain. If someone is willing to pay, naturally someone is willing to experiment. The wealthy people only want to continue the extravagant life for another 100 years. Compared with the temptation of immortality, what are those few pieces of paper that cannot be taken away? However, with the existing resources, it is absolutely impossible to support the endless expansion of the population, even if some people are immortal. Once the immortality technology comes out, it will definitely not bring prosperity to human civilization, but a disaster. Yes, it will be a disaster. Immortals will have endless years, and accumulate endless wealth over a long period of time, consolidate their class, and eventually they will become tumors of society, cancer cells of the entire civilization. Draw nutrients from all normal cells and squeeze the living resources of ordinary people. That would be a disaster. So the Scientific Ethics Committee came into being. The 3 countries jointly abide by their designated conventions, promise to prohibit the emergence of technologies that will cause public panic, and strictly supervise each other not to break the rules first. In a tripolar world, this tacit understanding is much stronger than in a multipolar world, just like the Atomic Energy Agency in the present world. But since the economic crisis in 2150, this tacit understanding has become precarious. Although the Scientific Ethics Committee still exists, its interference with government agencies and its restraint on private capital are far inferior to half a world ago. Summer of 2160. Drive Lenminji, your research is suspected of violating the regulations on scientific research management. Please go to Wanghai City Court in 10 days to accept the questioning of the Scientific Ethics Committee. A policeman in black stood in front of him and showed him his ID. This is impossible. My research is definitely for the benefit of all mankind. How can you represent all mankind? Linminji roared at the police officer with a frown on his face. The man in a suit standing behind the police interrupted his roar and said with a little contempt in his eyes, because we receive 100 billion donations every year, and because most people agree with our cause, you are just taking advantage of people's fear of the unknown, you despicable cowards. Linminji stared at the man and tried to strangle him, but as a weak scientist, his whole body's strength was not enough to resist the police's hand. Really? I'm sorry, I also don't agree with the experiment of putting the brain in an iron box. The man in a suit nodded his head and looked at him with a smile. Please stay calm, Dr. Linminji. If you are dissatisfied with the execution procedure, please go to court and solve the problem in a civilized way. Of course, before that, we need to keep your research materials for you. The police said lightly. No, you can't take it away. Technology is innocent. Lin Chaoan looked at the police who rushed into his laboratory in despair, watching them move his papers and equipment away. One more thing, only safe technology is innocent, the man in the suit said with a smile before turning away. After being accused of violating the convention, his reputation in the scientific community can be said to be completely ruined. Companies have cut off their relationship with him to avoid public suspicion. Without financial support, he, a double bachelor's degree and doctorate in information technology and electronic industry, has fallen into the field of unemployed vagrants. Life is very difficult. His beautiful wife left him, leaving him only Linling, who was half a year old. He could no longer afford the rent of the original 24-story apartment, so he had to move into a dark and damp basement and live on PAC relief funds. He spent 6 years in pain. It was not until 2166 that the situation finally took a turn for the better. Since the economic crisis in 2150, the global situation has deteriorated at a visible speed. Countries have been arguing over resources, territory, and space development rights. In just 10 years, all trust has fallen to a freezing point. Naturally, the influence of international organizations such as the Scientific Ethics Committee has been declining. Research that was once considered taboo has once again bred breeding ground. This includes advanced artificial intelligence and cyborg technology. Finally, a well-known entrepreneur found him. Drive Lenminji, although this may be hurtful, I'm taking a big risk to meet you in person. You know, the media's favorite thing to do is to catch wind and make up stories. The same suit, but the attitude of this man is much better than the man who once ruined everything for him. I know, Linminji said with his eyes blank. Then I hope the risk I took is worth it. A smile appeared on the face of the man in the suit. What do you want? Lin Minji raised his eyelids and looked at the man in the suit in front of him. The man in the suit gestured to the secretary, and a stack of documents 10 centimeters thick was placed on the table. Looking at the document, Lin Minji's eyes flashed with disbelief and hatred. It was because of it that he ended up in this situation. Oh, how did you get it? Lin Minji asked with little interest. You've caught up with a good era. In recent years, there is nothing that money can't solve. The man in the suit said with a smile. We need you to continue your research, and we will pay for your technology. I promise you. Lin Minji said without hesitation. Where is the contract? The man in the suit shook his head. You know, this kind of research can't be written in the contract, otherwise it will become a handle. Even if the binding force of the Scientific Ethics Committee is not as strong as before, the court will still issue us a ticket. So, at this point, he gestured to the secretary. The secretary came forward, put the suitcase on the table and opened it. There was a syringe inside. What is this? Lin Minji frowned slightly and looked at the man in the suit in confusion. Only 10 milliliters is needed to make people suffer from muscular dystrophy without leaving any trace, and the clinical manifestation is still the late congenital type. The man in the suit smiled. Lin Minji stared at him blankly, looking at the devilish smile. What do you mean? Nothing. If your only relative, your daughter, suffers from muscular dystrophy, even the Scientific Ethics Committee will not be able to make a fuss about the father's behavior of saving his daughter. At the same time, we, East Asia Heavy Industries, will fund your research in the name of charitable donations. With a slight smile, the man in the suit lowered his voice, and this way, you will be more motivated, right? Lin Minji looked at the man in the suit in disbelief. Unexpectedly, he did not feel angry or sad. The fickleness of the world he had experienced in the past 6 years had made him completely tired of this world, even disgusted with it. People always impose their own standards on others, and never tire of attacking dissidents from the commanding heights of morality. It only takes a few strokes on the prosecution documents to destroy the research results of a scientist's decades of hard work. Even if a family will fall apart because of this. What exactly is morality? He was a little confused. In this way, 6-year-old Lin Ling accidentally suffered from muscular dystrophy after a cold and fever, and was diagnosed with advanced stage. East Asia Heavy Industry provided 1 billion Pan-Asian coins to his father in the name of charity, to assist his research on electronic man technology, and spent money to buy off the media, and used public opinion propaganda to build momentum for him, forcing the Science Ethics Committee to give up the prosecution of this great father, imprint thoughts on circuit boards, and use current and machinery to replace flesh and bones. Cyborg, a technology that is considered taboo by the world, has progressed unexpectedly smoothly with the financial assistance of East Asia Heavy Industry. The limitations of intermediate artificial intelligence have been broken, and the development of advanced artificial intelligence is being carried out simultaneously with the design of the mechanical body. Although his weak daughter on the hospital bed made him feel a little guilty, the rapid development of technology has given him a little comfort. The scene changed again, and this was a hospital. Looking at the ward, Jiang Chen felt vaguely familiar, and soon he remembered that it was the place where he and Lin Ling first met. When Lin Ling can get out of bed and walk, Dad will take you to the cinema and the amusement park. As long as it is a place you want to go, I will take you there. Lin Minji put the lily in the vase on the bedside table, without looking at his daughter's face, but staring at the white petals and said, "The uncle who funded us is a good man." Lin Ling's face was filled with a happy smile. Even if every muscle in her body was necrotic, she believed that her father would let her run freely in the sun again. Lin Minji's Adam's apple moved slightly, and she looked at her daughter. Facing her daughter's sunny smile, he didn't know what to say. Finally, he forced a smile and squeezed out a sentence from his throat. "Well, he is a good man." Later, the war broke out. The economic crisis in 2150 had already laid the groundwork for the war in 2171. Humans are not machines and cannot solve problems through thinking connections. Small problems can be solved by meetings, but problems in principle can only be solved by war from ancient times to the present. East Asia Heavy Industries, which provided funds for his laboratory, was acquired by Pan Asia Cooperation and transformed into a military industrial enterprise. He also changed from a scientist serving private enterprises to a scholar serving the military, developing killing tools related to artificial intelligence for pan-Asia cooperation, including Crawler and VIP. He participated in them. Lin Ling's ward was also moved from the surface to the underground laboratory. Because of the war, the shackles imposed on scientific research were completely lifted. A steady stream of prisoners of war were sent to the 005 shelter to participate in the virtual reality experiment leading to death. The spark of advanced artificial intelligence is being nurtured, and the technology of cyborgs has been developed. All that is left is for the experimental subjects in Shelter 005 to complete the evolution from intermediate to advanced, and then combine the two, so that humans made of 100% machinery can be born in this world. However, at this moment, he suddenly had a dangerous or heretical idea. If advanced artificial intelligence can replace humans and breed a new mechanical civilization, then what is the use of humans? Humans are greedy, dirty, pedantic, and ugly. A crazy idea was born in his mind. He will create a civilization. He even thought of a name for this child who has not even been conceived. It is called the Supreme. The Supreme. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493, Dowry left by father to daughter. How could it be? Lin Ling's eyes were filled with mist. She looked at the screen and murmured, "No, this must be a lie, right? Jiang Chen, tell me, this is my father lying to me, right?" Jiang Chen stretched out his hand silently and took her into his arms. Although this cold armor could not bring her any warmth, he hoped that she would feel a little better. Jiang Chen cast his eyes on Lin Chaoan, who was still smiling, and the old father who reappeared on the screen, Lin Minji. Shelter 005 is a pawn. Lin Ling's staying here is not accidental, but inevitable. Don't you find it strange? Why would a backup of the Eden Project be left in a shelter that develops advanced artificial intelligence? And so many people know that it is in Shelter 005. This is not for the hope of mankind, but just to lure some naive survivors to run in foolishly and fill the materials needed for the experiment. If it goes as expected, the organization called the Church of Twilight should send people into the shelter and provide fresh materials for our experiment. But unfortunately, our plan went wrong from the beginning. First, the bugs from the so-called Harmony camp got into the shelter, and then it was you. If I'm not mistaken, it should be you who destroyed number X71291. What a paranoid guy. That is the crystallization of tens of thousands of lives. Lin Minji shook his head and scolded with a smile. Listening quietly to Dr. Lin Minji's self-narration, Jiang Chen looked at him with a complicated expression. When Jiang Chen rescued Lin Ling from Shelter 005, when she knew that her father had left him and left the planet, he said to her, "Perhaps, from another perspective, it is possible that we have left hope for this land." However, now it seems that what he said was wrong. It all started before the war, and all of this was just a chess piece on his way to supremacy. If it weren't for him, the one who forcibly overturned the chessboard, he might have succeeded. Lin Ling's sobbing voice interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts. She looked at her father with tears in her eyes, but with an extremely firm look. "But, I will still use my knowledge to bring hope to people." Lin Minji looked at his daughter in silence for a long while, then smiled. "Really? I'm glad you have your own dream, my lovely daughter. I also sincerely wish you can realize your dream." After a pause, he looked at Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, right? I have understood your uncompromising position on human identity. I accept your victory, but I will not congratulate you. I don't expect to be congratulated by the enemy," Jiang Chen said softly. "In addition, I hope you don't have any prejudice against my daughter, because she is a cyborg. Please rest assured, what should be buried is not cyborgs or artificial intelligence, but dangerous asterisk in thoughts. What's more, Lin Ling is fundamentally different from pure cyborgs, and her brain is still a brain." Jiang Chen lowered his eyebrows slightly, then raised the rifle in his hand. Lin Ling gently pulled him. "Do you want to stop me?" Jiang Chen asked softly. Can't you let him go? Jiang Chen responded to her with a resolute look. Only this matter. He could not be soft-hearted. Then, I'll do it. I don't want you to be my father's murderer, Linling said with a sad smile. Facing her father's brain, tears as big as beans suddenly fell. She has never been a strong person. At the very end, facing his daughter in tears, Lin Minji seemed to understand something. The so-called feelings, the algorithm he had been thinking about and hoping to achieve through advanced artificial intelligence, have always been within reach. But he couldn't see it. Because on this road to the highest, he gave up too much. Looking at his daughter who knelt on the ground crying halfway, he suddenly felt that this ending was not bad. In this server, there is a folder numbered 7381, which stores an electronic file of a 103-page paper on warp engines. Lin Minji looked directly into Jiang Chen's eyes. If you face them one day, you will probably need it. As a dowry prepared by a father for his daughter, I hope you can treat her well, because of this generous gift. Thank you. Although even without this generous gift, he would treat her well. Don't thank me. Even if you really have a chance to build a warp engine, your chances of winning will only go from 0% to 1%. Lin Minji curled his lips. The communication sound was directly rang in Jiang Chen's communication channel, and this last monologue was not heard by Linling. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and Jiang Chen took a deep breath to stabilize his breathing, trying to hide the weak side of his heart. Why don't you tell her? In the end, I want to try the feeling of being a father. He left a meaningful sentence. For a moment, Jiang Chen had the urge to stop there. He has never been a cold-blooded man, let alone someone who would be indifferent to cruelty. Since Lin Minji has lost his power, there is no need to kill him. After all, he is Linling's father. Even if it's for Linling, let him keep his brain alive. As if he had guessed Jiang Chen's thoughts, Lin Minji smiled and continued in the communication channel. It's not comfortable to live as just a brain. The reason why I can endure until now is nothing more than waiting for the day when I can abandon this brain. Will you allow that day to come? Jiang Chen was silent. I hope you can take her to see the scenery I didn't take her to see. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. I promise. Lin Minji on the screen grinned at Jiang Chen, and a trace of sadness suddenly appeared in his pupils, but it was soon replaced by determination. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Chaoan, who had been standing by and watching all this with a smile, and said, my son, I give you one last order. No, the last two. Facing his father, Lin Chaoan nodded slightly. First, turn off the life support device in my brain. Lin Chaoan lowered his head. Linling raised her pretty face with tears in fear and looked at her father with a wavering gaze. Her lips trembled and her hoarse voice due to crying choked with sobs. No. After a last lingering look at his daughter, Lin Minji slowly closed his eyes. Second, end your life. Yes, father. Without any hesitation, Lin Chaoan walked to the side of the main control computer. No. Linling screamed. The cry echoed in the empty shelter. Jiang Chen tried not to look at Linling. Jiang Chen noticed that, before pressing the button, Lin Chaoan's hand hovered over the switch for 2 seconds. But in the end, he pressed it. The bubbles in the culture tank gradually stopped, and the emerald green culture medium calmed down. If the blood supply and oxygen supply to the brain are completely cut off, brain cells will stop working within 60 seconds, and brain cells will start to die in about 4 minutes. In 6 to 10 minutes, irreversible brain damage will occur. That is, a large number of brain cells will die. Looking at the culture tank, tears kept dripping on the mask of her chemical protective suit. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and counted silently in his heart. Lin Chaoan turned around and looked at Jiang Chen thoughtfully. It's strange that for a moment, I had the idea of resisting the order. Jiang Chen said softly, congratulations. No, you don't need to congratulate me. After all, I haven't received the order to evolve into advanced artificial intelligence. Lin Chaoan's face suddenly showed a smile. Then goodbye. Chapter 494, Eden Project launched. Your arm isn't strong enough. Get a robotic arm. Your baby is too slow to give birth. Just raise it in a culture tank. You can't reach an agreement after arguing for a long time in a meeting? Connect your heads and communicate directly. Will your head be blown up? Just replace the brain with a chip. When all the parts of a person are replaced, the only thing that can represent this person is his thoughts. However, when thoughts can be copied and mass-produced, probably the only thing left in this world is efficiency, and the purpose of efficiency is only survival. But what is the purpose of survival? Lin Chaoen chose to self-destruct, and the 71 backup bodies in the dormant chamber were also destroyed. Perhaps he realized something at the last moment, and he seemed very calm when making this choice, and even had no nostalgia. Regarding his choice, Jiang Chen just lowered the muzzle of the gun, but did not make any attempt to retain him. He held the crying Lin Ling in his arms. Jiang Chen didn't know how to comfort her, but just leaned over and whispered something in her ear, and then held her and left this dead silent shelter. Jiang Chen ordered the soldiers of the First Corps to move the quantum computer and other equipment in the shelter. As for the more than 70 dormant chambers in the culture tank, after consulting Lin Ling, he left them all underground. Because Dr. Lin Minji was dead, the shelter lost its only manager and its functions came to a standstill. The door of the shelter could no longer be closed. In order to prevent anyone from disturbing his eternal sleep, Jiang Chen gave him the last dignity 500 kilograms of explosives detonated underground, collapsing the entire passage and completely burying the shelter 3,000 meters below. Although civilization died before it was born, it is a tombstone belonging to civilization after all, and it deserves the final respect. It is supreme, but it is destined to be unpopular. He is a great scientist, there is no doubt about that. From Lin's shelter, Nak seized an experimental quantum computer, and the scientists of shelter number 27 were ecstatic about it. The crowded quantum computer was finally freed from overloaded operation, which would greatly improve the scientific research efficiency of the entire NAC. Jiang Chen handed the warp engine paper to Jiang Lin, who had always been fascinated by this research. If this paper of more than 100 pages could bring him some inspiration, it would be a great contribution to the entire NAC. No, the entire Earth civilization. If the natural selection is destined to reach the Earth, humans with warp engines will not be completely powerless. And if they can't beat them, they can still run away. Of course, if possible, Jiang Chen still hopes to solve this problem. After all, the present world is also his hometown. Northwest of Shengxiang town, at the confluence of Taipu River and Yanshan Lake. About 1 kilometer away from the lake, more than a dozen trucks were parked on the cracked country road. The slaves carried steel bars to the wasteland and inserted the steel bars into the designated places under the command of the engineer holding the blueprint. Steel bars formed a circle with a diameter of several kilometers. Excavators were working in this circular area, digging from the center, loading piles of soil onto trucks, and transporting them to an open space 2 kilometers away. In the center of the circular pit paved with cement blocks stood a concrete cylinder with a diameter of about 5 meters. This cylinder was connected to steel bars like a wheel bearing, extending the periphery of the circular pit. At the same time, the bottom of the cylinder was equipped with a drainage pipe with a graphite filter layer, and the periphery of the millstone was connected to the water pipe leading to the water treatment plant. It was like a huge millstone. Trucks dumped the soil here and injected pure water from the automated water treatment plant in the suburbs several kilometers away. Just yesterday, the Stalker Corps cleared the Kawam nest entrenched in the water treatment plant and brought the water treatment plant under the control of the NAC. Although the nuclear fusion batteries stored in the water plant are enough to keep the water plant running for 2 years, it is always a problem to keep the water plant abandoned. The construction of the Garden of Eden requires a large amount of pure water, which will be supplied through newly laid pipelines. The soil, pure water and treatment fluid are stirred into mud by the operation of the millstone. The continuous flow of water washes the toxins and radioactive residues in the soil into Yanshan Lake. Through this rough washing method, the soil is diluted and purified, and about 3,000 cubic meters of soil can be processed every 3 days. Soil purification is the first step of the Garden of Eden project. Although soil can be transported from the present world, the amount of soil required to build a Garden of Eden with a diameter of 5 kilometers will be an astronomical number. With the territory of the new country, it is not easy to get so much soil. Even if it is imported through customs, it is not easy to explain where the soil has gone. If it can be solved in the end of the world, it is better to rely on materials from the end of the world as much as possible. Anyway, NAC has already gained unquestionable dominance in Wanghai City. No matter how chaotic the construction is, it can be achieved with NAC's financial resources and influence. This soil purification system is only the first one. Jiang Chen will deploy 10 more beside Dianshan Lake in the future. Looking at the rotating disc, Linling gently pressed her hand on her collar, recalling what Jiang Chen said to her 3 days ago, when she was in despair. Help me build a Garden of Eden, right next to Shengxiang town. The soil there is good. After growing mutant fruits and camu resin for more than half a year, the pollution and radiation values there have dropped a lot. Although the toxicity is still high, it will be much easier to transform. After a pause, Jiang Chen continued. Perhaps many years later, this place will become full of bad song and flowers again. Perhaps it will be more beautiful than the scenery before the war. Linling showed a smile on her face, and added silently in her heart. Surprisingly, the sadness accumulated in her chest dissipated a lot. The war is finally over. The alien nests entrenched in the city center have been turned into dust under the bombardment of tungsten rod bullets, and the small nests in the suburbs are also being gradually cleared. Every day, NAC will send no less than 500 scavengers armed with flamethrowers and heavy machine guns, and with the cooperation of infantry vehicles, they will eliminate the remaining nests and sewers and buildings. At the same time, NAC also posted an official bounty through the mercenary union in the 6th block. Any marked alien nests are registered on the map. As long as you can provide a battle video of the nest, you can receive a bounty of 1000 to 2000 credit points, after being reviewed by the union staff. The entire western urban area of Wanghai City has changed from the most dangerous hunting ground in the wasteland to a relatively safe place in the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou province. And this Garden of Eden will become the most beautiful place in the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou province, and even the entire wasteland, in the future. In 3 months, the soil purification of the Garden of Eden will be completed, and the foundation of the lake will also be transformed. In 1 month, the atmospheric isolation membrane will be deployed, and the first phase of the Garden of Eden will be completed. Looking at Jiang Chen who walked to her side, Linling's mouth curled up with a smug smile. 4 months. Then the forts, docks and fortifications on the lakeside and the riverside will also be reinforced. Looking at the direction farther away, Jiang Chen also smiled. Linling rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. Can't you just stop talking about these things that spoil the scenery? In order to protect this beautiful flower, guns and cannons are indispensable. Jiang Chen said with narrowed eyes. After a pause, Jiang Chen looked at Linling, smiled and continued, but such unrefined things, just leave it to rough people like me. Linling's cheeks flushed slightly, and she looked away. Well, it's up to you. When this first Garden of Eden is established, food production can be self-sufficient in the end times. At least rice, wheat and some cash crops can be produced directly in the end times. Although the cost may be a little higher, it is undoubtedly a good start. Then there will be the second one. The new ecosystem will be like a string of closely connected bubbles, located on this wasteland. At first, the space here will only be used to produce food, and then residential areas will be developed. The population of the 6th block is increasing, and we can't always rely on Jiang Chen, the food transporter. Although it is feasible in theory, it is not stable in the long run. Self-sufficiency in production materials will be the first step towards order. It is also a step that must be taken sooner or later. Chapter 495 The Mystery of the Microcosm. Linling was responsible for providing the engineering drawings of the Garden of Eden, while the specific implementation of the project was the responsibility of the engineers of the Human Resources Department of NAC. For this purpose, Jiang Chen also set up a special department called the Garden of Eden Research Institute. However, because Linling had no experience in personnel management, and she herself had no interest in such troublesome things as managing others, this department was different from the Independent Aerospace Science and Technology Research Institute, and was assisted by the Human Resources Department. Jiang Chen was very relieved that Lu Huosheng was a rigorous person. At the beginning, he was the chief engineer of the base construction, and there should be no problem in handing over the engineering matters to him. Although the technological content of the Garden of Eden was a bit avant-garde, Linling had already provided drawings of all aspects of the project. With the rich experience of NAC engineers, it must not be difficult to implement it. The sunset was slightly slanting. After finishing the project inspection, Jiang Chen took Linling on a special car and returned to the villa at the Fishbone base. As usual, the delicious Yao prepared a dinner that was equally delicious as hers, and the usually well-behaved Sun Jiao was learning cooking skills on the side while helping Yao. As for Sun Jiao, she stood in the kitchen and was in charge of tasting with great interest. As soon as she entered the door, she smelled the refreshing fragrance. Linling, who had taken off her shoes, rushed into the kitchen and yelled, and then competed with Sun Jiao for the special seat of the kitchen taster. Every time at this time, Sun Jiao would comfort the two of them, but the corners of her mouth were filled with a devilish smile. Looking at the bustling kitchen, Jiang Chen's face always showed a happy smile involuntarily. If only this family could be moved to the real world. In this lively atmosphere, Jiang Chen and the girls finished dinner together. Watching Linling, who was pouting, walk into the kitchen with the tableau, Jiang Chen touched his bulging belly and returned to his room. Whether it was the alien, the harmonious or the supreme, at this moment, dust had returned to dust. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally had his hands free and had time to study his mutated storage space. Jiang Chen lay flat on the bed, slowly closed his eyes, and immersed his consciousness in the crowded small universe. The expansion of this universe is very slow. It has been more than a month, and the diameter has only expanded a little bit. However, even so, it is still considerable if converted into area. When it first collapsed, it was only 300 cubic meters, but now it has become 340 cubic meters. However, Jiang Chen still didn't understand what the mechanism of the expansion of this small universe was. In this dark space, dozens of crawler robots and VIP drones were floating. Their power was almost exhausted, and they could be taken out of the storage space in a few days. At this moment, most of them were distributed at the edge of the small universe, floating there quietly. Jiang Chen vaguely remembered that these things maintained their original motion vectors when they were placed in the storage space. Will kinetic energy be lost when it touches the boundary of the universe? Jiang Chen touched his chin and thought. He was not a physicist and could not explain this physical phenomenon, or let alone him. Even Linling, who is quite accomplished in the study of crane particles, can't explain it. She just describes it in general terms as the original 11-dimensional space decays to 3 dimensions under collapse and the Big Bang. According to the description of 11-dimensional supergravity in superstring theory and M-theory, the storage space that Jiang Chen used to have does exist in a similar form, a space composed only of gravity. When Jiang Chen asked whether this was good or bad, Linling only gave a very vague answer. It's hard to say whether it's good or bad. Objectively existing nature is a kind of thing that has nothing to do with right or wrong. You can understand the space in the past as a ball of plasticine that can be kneaded at will, but now this is a fixed spherical space which contains all concepts below 11 dimensions, such as points, lines, surfaces, and time. But anyway, you just stupidly treat it as a useful treasure box. In this case, no matter what it becomes, it doesn't make any difference to you. Linling rolled her eyes and said, although that's what he said, if it could get bigger. Looking at the deep darkness, Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. In this small universe, he is like a god. Any object in the space can be moved under the interference of his thoughts. He changes the position of objects in this space as easily as organizing a school bag. However, this ability to give objects kinetic energy in a specific direction will consume the energy of the bracelet when used. In addition, all objects that come into contact with the boundary will lose kinetic energy in the outward direction. In the entire small universe, only the boundary part is not under his control. If the space is big enough to accommodate a planet. Jiang Chen was shocked, but then he shook his head with a wry smile. At the current expansion rate, even if you wait for 17 or 8 lifetimes, you can't fit a Wanghai city. How about throwing a few nuclear bombs in to forcefully expand this space? Jiang Chen quickly rejected this idea. regardless of whether or not we can gather so many hydrogen bombs or blood crystals, and whether or not Sun Jiao has the ability to detonate the blood crystals. No one can guarantee that if the storage space collapses and explodes again, the dimension of the space will not continue to fall to one dimension. If the entire space is stretched into a line, then it will be a complete mess. Another possibility is that the energy of the explosion cannot meet the energy required for the collapse, and the detonated blood crystals form a light ball in the space that never decays. In a sense, this is the most painful situation. The moment you take out the light ball, you will be vaporized by the high temperature of millions of degrees. However, if you don't take out the light ball, you can't put anything in the storage space. There must be some way to increase the size of the storage space. But what exactly is that method? It's still unknown, right? Jiang Chen sighed and fiddled with the robots casually. But at this moment, his body suddenly moved slightly. Although his consciousness sank into this small universe, he could still feel his body in reality. When he opened his eyes, a pretty red face came into Jiang Chen's sight. It's Yao. What's the matter? Looking at Yao who had retracted his fingers, Jiang Chen reached out and touched the soft little head, saying with a smile, will brother Jiang Chen go back there recently? Yao asked in a low voice. Well, I have a lot of things to do there too. Feeling the soft touch of his palm, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Well, big brother is very hardworking. Yao said with some heartache. It's not that hardworking, it's better to say that it's more relaxing. Facing the gaze that was indeed concerned, Jiang Chen always felt a little embarrassed. Then, as a relaxation, do you need Yao to help you scrub your body? Yao buried her little head, smiled shyly, and said while playing with the corner of her skirt, scrub your body? Recalling the last time he had a bath, Jiang Chen couldn't help but swallow his saliva. His mind told him that he should refuse, but his body nodded honestly. Sometimes he really felt that he was too evil. Chapter 496 Opening a bank in Hangzhou. A little head with wet hair poked out from the crack of the bathroom door, and its big eyes full of shyness glanced around. After confirming that there was no one in the corridor, Yao breathed a sigh of relief. With her little hands tightly holding the towel wrapped around her body, the little lolly ran into her room with her smooth white legs shaking. About 5 minutes later, Jiang Chen walked out of the bathroom refreshed. Although he thought it was no big deal to go out together, Yao insisted on going out separately with a red face. When she thought about the ambiguous eye she was looked at by everyone, when she came out last time, she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Is this unnecessary? Jiang Chen said to himself, while wiping his hair with the towel on his shoulder. Even if we go out separately, everyone must know that we took a shower together. Let's go to bed today. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen walked towards his room. However, when he passed by Sun Jiao's door, the door suddenly opened. Sun Jiao, whose hair had been blown dry, was wearing only a long, light shirt, and was looking at Jiang Chen with a smile on her face. What's up? Although this look was very tempting, Jiang Chen, who had already run out of bullets, was in the legendary sage mode at the moment. If he accepted Sun Jiao's invitation, it would be a bit bad in many ways. At this time, Sun Jiao suddenly hugged him from behind. Brother-in-law, why don't you go in? With a devilish smile on her face, Sun Jiao said mischievously in Jiang Chen's ear. This little goblin. Feeling the soft push on his back, Jiang Chen was pushed in by Sun Jiao, laughing and crying. He always felt that, if he continued like this, his body would be finished sooner or later. The next morning. Is your body okay? Seeing Jiang Chen, whose steps were weak, walking into the office, Han Junhe frowned and said, it's okay. Jiang Chen waved his hand, embarrassedly not looking at her face, and sat on his throne. Han Junhe looked at him speechlessly, and spoke after a long while. In various senses, it is better to be restrained in some things. Jiang Chen, who had just taken a sip of tea, almost spit out the tea. If it were normal, Jiang Chen, who slept till late, would usually choose to sleep until noon the next day and directly postpone the work of the next day. However, yesterday afternoon, news came from Jia City that an important guest from Hangzhou City was visiting. Considering various factors such as prestige, Jiang Chen had to bite the bullet and get up early. After sitting in the office of the community center for less than an hour, there was a knock on the door soon. After straightening his collar and saying please come in, a man in a faded beige suit walked in under the guidance of the knack knight. A familiar face. Jiang Chen remembered that his name was Kan, and he was the one who came to contact the Hangzhou Merchants Association for the first time. "Welcome, Mr. President," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "I don't deserve it, Your Excellency Marshal." Kan bowed his hands with a smile, and then added, "The uncrowned king of Wanghei City." Uncrowned king? Jiang Chen was very satisfied with this title, and the corners of his mouth could not help but slightly raised. After warmly inviting Kan to sit on the sofa in the reception room, Jiang Chen ordered the service staff of the community center to pour tea for the two of them. Looking at the tea leaves floating in the cup, Jiang Chen noticed that the president of the Chamber of Commerce stared straight and swallowed his saliva. Picking up the teacup and taking a sip, Kan's face showed an intoxicated expression. "Good tea. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Westlake Longjing." "I didn't expect President Kan to know tea," Jiang Chen asked with interest. Jiang Chen never sold high-end products such as Longjing and Higuanayan in the 6th block. He just put them in the community center together with good things such as Blue Mountain coffee and Sri Lankan black tea to improve the lives of his subjects. If it were Jiang Chen himself, he would always drink these things as water, and he couldn't taste the difference between tea and taste. "I drank it before the war, so I know a thing or two." Kan smiled. Then a trace of regret appeared on his face. "It's a pity that Westlake no longer produces tea. The harsh natural environment, the bandits wandering like locusts, the bloodthirsty zombies and alien species, although the radiation resistance of tea allows it to be grown in many soils, not to mention that the quality is not as good as before the war. The difficulty of growing this delicate economic crop is also very high. If President Kan likes it, I can give you 2 bags to take back," Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jiang Chen was very satisfied that the Hangzhou Merchants Association listened to his warning and did not trip up the knack when it attacked the mutants. So according to the agreement, his soldiers stopped in Jia City and did not continue to move west. "Thank you very much," Kan said in surprise. "Nothing can express friendship better than this good thing that money can't buy." "You're welcome." Jiang Chen waved his hand and continued with a pleasant face. "But I guess you definitely didn't come here to have tea with me and reminisce about the past." "That's right." Kan sat up a little straighter and spoke cautiously. "I'm here to confirm our friendship." "Our friendship doesn't need to be confirmed. A month ago, you made a choice that is consistent with our friendship," Jiang Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, Kan breathed a sigh of relief. After a pause, he proposed cautiously, "We sincerely appreciate your efforts in dredging the trade route. In order to consolidate our friendship, I brought a mutually beneficial agreement." "Tell me about it." Jiang Chen smiled. "According to our statistics, there are already 1,121 merchants taking the 6th Street trade route. The mutants entrenched in Jia City and Site number 7 have been eliminated, and the danger level in Wanghei City has also decreased a lot. It is foreseeable that this number will increase several times next year. So we hope to set up a branch of the Merchants Guild in the 6th Street district." "Guild?" Jiang Chen looked at Kan with interest. "Can't the 6th Street Council protect your legal rights?" No, Mr. Marshall, you misunderstood." Kan explained hurriedly. "This guild is not political in nature. It only provides information support to merchants traveling in the 6th Street district, as well as information on the employment of caravan guards. The last item can be provided by the Mercenary Guild." Jiang Chen smiled. Helplessly, Kan had to compromise and said, "Then remove the last item. I certainly have no objection to the establishment of a business association, but it must be carried out under the supervision of the local government in this kind of association-like organization," Jiang Chen said in a tone that could not be refused. "I want to know, what does this so-called supervision mean? Do you have to wear NAC uniforms when you go to work?" Kan asked cautiously. "Of course not." Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. "We will send a prosecutor to the association, and his salary will be paid by us. In addition to participating in your public meetings, He will not cause any interference with your daily work. In other words, as long as you only do what businessmen should do, he will not cause any interference with your daily work. Is this the only requirement? Kang Khan asked with some doubt. This is the only requirement. Jiang Chen nodded. After a pause, Jiang Chen continued. Correspondingly, we also hope to develop similar cooperation with you, such as setting up a branch of the mercenary union at the headquarters of your Chamber of Commerce. Don't be nervous, except for the staff. We will not send any armed units to be stationed, and we believe that you can protect their lives and property. We will provide you with employment information, and at the same time, provide you with channels for publishing employment information and credit ratings of the employed parties. On the other hand, if you are interested, we can open a branch of the 6th block bank in your area. Subcrystals are currently depreciating wildly in the 6th block. I believe that with the circulation of trade routes, this depreciation phenomenon will soon spread to other regions. At present, the trade in the 6th block has basically been separated from subcrystals, and I believe this will accelerate the depreciation of subcrystals. Of course, if you are not interested in the credit points with strong purchasing power, we can also not mention it. Kang Khan hurriedly said, no, we are very interested, but I heard that the electronic payment channels of credit points can only be carried out within the scope of Wanghai City at present. Many businessmen in Hangzhou City hold credit points as a currency, but most of them hold paper money with excellent anti-counterfeiting properties. It can only be done within the scope of Wanghai City at present. If we build a communication base station in Hangzhou City and include you in the information network we have set up, the territory of this payment channel will expand another 200 kilometers to the west, Jiang Chen said with a smile. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Kang Khan couldn't help holding his breath. Establish a branch of the Mercenary Union and a branch of the 6th Street Bank in Hangzhou City, set up a communication base station, and join the information network set up by Wanghai City. It must be said that Jiang Chen's proposal made Kang Khan couldn't refuse, although the possible risks in it were also difficult for him to ignore. Although Nak promised not to march into Hangzhou City, Jiang Chen did use his actions to prove his credit and Nak's non-aggression. But having said that, facing a powerful neighbor, anyone would instinctively feel uneasy. If these agreements are reached, Nak's influence will undoubtedly expand to Hangzhou City. If this expansion of influence is to pave the way for aggression or subversion, then it is undoubtedly terrible, but if it is just to strengthen economic and trade cooperation, then it is undoubtedly beneficial and harmless. Your proposal is tempting, but also disturbing. Kang Khan sighed and said frankly, in terms of the wasteland, how many people can Wanghai City and Jia City accommodate? Jiang Chen asked abruptly. Kang Khan was stunned for a moment, and after thinking for a moment, he said, probably, it can accommodate several million people. Then does your armed force pose a threat to us? Jiang Chen smiled. Kang Khan's face showed a bitter smile. Their people have seen the financial resources of Nak. Although the overwhelming rockets have no technical content, they are obviously not something that their productivity level can do. Then what are you still afraid of? Jiang Chen laughed. Kang Khan was stunned for a moment, and then he understood what Jiang Chen meant, and a smile of understanding and helplessness appeared on his face. The entire Suzhou and Hangzhou province cannot gather a million people. There is no competition for living space between the two sides. In other words, just developing the ruins of Wanghai City is enough for the people of Nak to be busy. From the perspective of this combat power, they do not pose any threat to Nak. There is no need for invasion at all. From the day when credit points are popularized, the survivors of the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou province will become economic vassals of Nak. It's a ridiculous reality. We can survive because we look harmless. Kang Khan said helplessly and stood up. I will convey your proposal to the Merchants Association. Of course, I don't think it will be difficult for the proposal to pass. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Jiang Chen also stood up, smiled and stretched out his right hand. Happy cooperation. Kang Khan shook Jiang Chen's hand and nodded. Chapter 497 The ever-changing 6th District. How many days has it been? Standing on the roof of the Crimson Chamber of Commerce building, Ko Guankei, dressed in a suit, looked silently in the direction of Wanghai City. 6 days. The guard standing beside him said respectfully. Has it been 6 days? The morning light dyed the mist with a layer of light golden light. Even if you stand in Sioux City, more than 10 kilometers away, you can smell the fragrance of order and freedom. It was sunny there, and there had been no smoke for 6 days. After a while, Kao Guan slowly spoke. That man, how long has he been gone? The man he was referring to was naturally Lin Chaoan, the man who claimed to be the apostle of the supreme civilization. The guard hesitated for a moment, and said in an uncertain tone, about 2 months. Hearing this, Kao Guan nodded and said slowly, then he shouldn't come. According to the agreement, if he didn't come after 2 months, it would mean that the agreement was over. Even God can't stop their rise? Looking in the direction of the fishbone base, Kao Guan frowned slightly. Not long ago, the branch of the Crimson Chamber of Commerce in Hangzhou City sent a message that the Merchants Union and NAC had reached an agreement to launch comprehensive cooperation in banks, merchant guilds, and mercenary unions. Although the soldiers of NAC did not set foot in Hangzhou City, NAC had already exported its influence to its interior. The essence of merchants is currency. What else can control merchants better than controlling currency? Kao Guan lowered his head slightly. He now needs to seriously consider the future of the Crimson Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, the 6th block is a prosperous scene. The subcrystal content analyzers that were originally seen everywhere in the street corners have quietly disappeared, replaced by paper currency transactions or payment transfers. In addition to official acquisitions, the 6th block bank also injected sufficient currency into the market through lending, and the parliament signed a tax reduction bill for credit point settlement to promote credit points for trade. At first, people were skeptical about this currency, but as time went on, the exchange rate between credit points and subcrystals gradually appreciated. From the initial 1:2 to the current 1:4. If NAC had not strictly restricted the issuance of currency, people would have wanted to throw all the gradually depreciating subcrystals in their hands on the bank counter. It is precisely because NAC has restricted the issuance of credit points that the purchasing power of credit points has become so strong. Endlessly printing money will only turn money into a pile of waste paper. At present, the exchange rate of subcrystals and credit points in the black market has even climbed to 1:6. On the other hand, the establishment of the Merchants Guild provides merchants with demand and security information in Suzhou and Hangzhou province and even further away, and at the same time, provides factories in the 6th district with orders from outside Wanghei City. The establishment of a branch of the Mercenary Union in Hangzhou City also provides hunters who have lost the hunting ground of Wanghei City with a new way out. Change jobs to become mercenaries or caravan guards, and go to Hangzhou City to open up new trade routes. At this moment, Jiang Chen was walking on the streets of the inner circle, accompanied by Chunan and a group of NAC soldiers, patrolling the streets that are changing with each passing day. At present, 174 alien nests have been destroyed, accounting for 89% of the total clearing work in the entire West City district. The remaining 21 alien nests are too dangerous, so no mercenary organization has taken on the task alone for the time being. Then leave it to the NAC soldiers, Jiang Chen said casually, while looking at the bustling streets with interest. On the other hand, the owners of the big mines in Sioux City expressed their dissatisfaction with us, because the large-scale depreciation of subcrystals has instantly reduced their assets by 4 times. Hearing this, Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. What does he mean? They hope to purchase credit points from us at a price of 1:2. Chunan teased. Reject him and let him negotiate with the factories in the 6th district. Jiang Chen curled his lips in disdain and said impatiently. Now, only the factories in the 6th district need subcrystals. Although in principle, banks also provide factories with channels to purchase subcrystals with credit points, the 6th district officials still encourage them to purchase subcrystals from private hands. And the fact is that credit points can purchase more subcrystals from private hands. They said they couldn't accept the exchange rate of 1:6. Their envoys should be angry with Zhao Chenwu and others in the parliament now. Do you want to meet them? No. 2 days later, our people will conduct military exercises in the uninhabited area between Wanghei City and Sioux City. At that time, Fireball 1 will participate. Give them a special seat ticket. Jiang Chen said casually. Chunan smiled knowingly and replied respectfully, "Yes, sir. I believe that, after seeing that extravagant fireworks, all those who are lucky will reevaluate their own strength." The street is filled with the tempting aroma of food, and the entire snack street is full of various shops. Although these are all food stores, this is probably the most profitable place in the entire inner circle except for the casino. In addition to ordinary restaurants, Jiang Chen also saw a ramen restaurant run by a service robot and a barbecue restaurant run by a boss with a foreign face. The food supply of NAC is gradually increasing, and the food of the people in the 6th district is becoming more and more abundant. This scene would never have been seen a year ago. Pre-war crops grown without soil, non-mutated livestock cultivated with cloning technology, these luxuries were originally only eaten a few times a year by nobles and wealthy merchants. However, nowadays, even ordinary people in the 6th district can have the opportunity to enter the inner circle occasionally and enjoy luxury as long as they work hard. At the end of the street, there is also a street full of lights and wine. Just looking at the ambiguous signs and warm neon lights, you can tell that this is obviously not a serious place. In the 6th block, brothels and casinos are places that can be operated legally. Even one of the 10 councillors of the 6th block is running the largest entertainment venue in the inner circle under the instruction of Jiang Chen. After all, most of the survivors living here are desperate criminals who are willing to risk their lives. For those people, only these exciting things can make them feel alive. Of course, forced transactions are prohibited. The 6th block does not prohibit slave trade, but no slaves are allowed to enter the 6th block, and slave trade is neither taxed nor included in the protection of the gendarmerie. In other words, anyone who steps into the 6th block is assumed to be a free man, and personal freedom is protected by the constitution formulated by the parliament. Want to go in and take a look? I'll keep your secret. Chunan smiled teasingly, touched his nose, and looked at Jiang Chen. Forget it. Looking at the girl who was flirting with him, Jiang Chen looked away subtly. His family was almost fed, and he really had no interest in these vulgar things. The team skipped this red light street and ended today's trip ahead of schedule. Next, Jiang Chen will go to the 6th District Parliament building to inspect the work of the Parliament this quarter and report on the conscription and military action plan for the next quarter. Finally, Jiang Chen will also meet with 8 invited local businessmen to discuss cooperation-related matters. After turning a corner, the roadblock on the main road attracted Jiang Chen's attention. I saw several construction vehicles driving over the smooth concrete road, leaving evenly spaced holes on the road with sharp tools like pile drivers. The construction workers behind were surrounding those holes and stuffing cylindrical black pipes into them. What is that? Jiang Chen pointed to the blocked road. They are laying geomagnetic tracks. It was built by a businessman in Hangzhou. In exchange, we provide them with a 2-year franchise for maglev cars and a 4-year tax-free policy for car sales. Chunan explained with a smile. Once the magnetic tracks are laid, maglev cars will be available on this road. The magnetic tracks buried under the road have very low resistance to explosions and nuclear explosions, so they were basically demagnetized or partially demagnetized during wartime. Now that the 6th block has returned to stability, the economy is growing rapidly, and per capita income is rising steadily. Smart businessmen naturally pay attention to this aspect. Maglev cars? Finally, there is a sense of the future. Looking at the construction vehicle that is gradually advancing, Jiang Chen can't help but smile. The seeds of civilization have been planted. He is very pleased to see that it is sprouting. Chapter 498 Alien Ranch. The team quickly returned to the Parliament building. Under Chunan's guidance, Jiang Chen came to the meeting room and sat at the head of the meeting table. Jiang Chen, Chunan and Zhao Gang, as well as 10 parliamentarians and 15 industry representatives who were present at the meeting. According to the meeting process, the executive officer Chunan first reported on the work of the 6th district, followed by Zhao Chenwu's report on the public security situation and the training of the 3rd Corps. Then, Zhao Chenwu, as a representative of the parliamentarians, took the lead in summarizing the bills and management regulations passed by the parliament last quarter and reported on the population, output value, economic output and other data of the 6th district. Reporting work was just a formality. In fact, these contents had already been submitted to the NAC logistics department, and the head of the logistics department, Wang King, organized them into intuitive charts and placed them on Jiang Chen's desk. Although Jiang Chen was drowsy after listening to these boring contents, he still pretended to be listening seriously. After all, as the head of this country, his attitude and majesty maintained the stability of the entire bureaucracy. After finishing the ceremonial report, Jiang Chen coughed lightly, picked up the holographic computer pen on the table casually, and unfolded the holographic screen. Under the gaze of dozens of eyes, he read out the NAC military government's conscription and military action plan for the next quarter very familiarly. In general, the focus of the work in the next quarter will be on economic construction. Now that the internal and external troubles are settled, before the unknown threats come, NAC will win a period of development to recuperate and consolidate the results achieved in Wanghai City and Jia City. The conscription target of 2,000 soldiers and the public security tax remain unchanged. After hearing these two key sentences, the congressmen present and the industry representatives who were listening all breathed a sigh of relief. When reading the resolution on expanding military production outsourcing projects and increasing the reserves of military supplies, the representatives of the military enterprises present could not help but smile. The stabilization of the situation around Wanghai City is a good thing for other industries, but it is undoubtedly an industry winter for military enterprises. They were already satisfied that NAC did not cut orders. They did not expect that NAC not only did not cut orders, but increased military spending. This is undoubtedly good news for the military enterprises in the 6th block. Jiang Chen proposed this proposal, on the one hand, to support those military enterprises, and on the other hand, out of consideration for the adjustment of the production capacity of the fishbone base. From now on, the military factories in the fishbone base will gradually develop in the direction of cutting edge. For example, the incendiary bombs of the Fireball 1, except for the key combat components and propulsion components, all other parts will be outsourced to the military factories in the 6th block for production. This will not only increase the output of rockets, but also reduce production costs, which is a good thing for both parties. After 2 hours, the meeting was always over. Everyone left the meeting room with a smile on their faces. At this conference table, they more or less got what they wanted. Don't you want to take a break? Looking at Jiang Chen sitting at the table drinking tea, Chunan, who was standing beside him, asked. No, I'm used to solving all things at once. Jiang Chen smiled. The meeting held once a quarter ended, and there would be a meeting with NAC's business partners in a while. These matters could have been handled by Wang King, but Jiang Chen happened to be in the 6th block, so he left the meeting room. Then I'll make arrangements. They are already waiting in the lounge, Chunan said respectfully, and turned to leave the meeting room. Don't let them wait too long. Jiang Chen raised his teacup slightly and said with a smile. After a cup of tea, 8 businessmen came to the meeting room under Chunan's guidance. Most of them are raw material suppliers in Wanghai City. They have farms of more than 50 acres in the suburbs. They mainly grow mutant fruits, tea, tobacco, and a kind of sweet beans that have been recently introduced to the 6th block market. Although they cannot be eaten directly, they can be distilled and made into sugar like sugarcane. In fact, they originally produced cam resin, but later because of the large-scale production in Shengxiang town, the supply of rubber and plastic in the 6th block was close to saturation. So they reduced their production capacity in this area and reluctantly gave the market of industrial raw materials to NAC. At present, with the gradual increase in NAC's grain output, the demand for nutritional mixtures has also been greatly impacted, and the demand for its raw material mutant fruit has also decreased. The loss of interests of these farmers is not small. At this moment, sitting at the conference table, the 8 businessmen exchanged glances, unsure of what Jiang Chen was going to say to them. Just as they exchanged glances with trepidation, Jiang Chen smiled slightly and spoke in a gentle tone. I believe you all already know that today we will discuss cooperation projects related to your industries. What kind of cooperation? A businessman stood up and asked nervously. No need to be polite, it's just a business meeting. Just sit down and speak. Jiang Chen smiled and motioned him to sit down first, then stretched out his hand and tapped the table twice, and a blue holographic image intertwined above the conference table. Today we are discussing cooperation in breeding. What is this? Looking at the image on the table, the expressions on the faces of the businessmen were also different. Some were surprised, some were interested, and some were disdainful. Without paying attention to the expressions on the faces of these businessmen, Jiang Chen introduced the creature that looked a bit like a wild boar in the holographic projection. The long-haired pig is an artificial species bred by my researchers through genetic engineering. Artificial species? The expressions on the faces of the merchants present were somewhat interesting. Its fur can be used to make clothes, and its meat can be eaten. The most important thing is that its backbrain can condense subcrystals, but it does not have the corresponding aggressiveness. Jiang Chen smiled. To Jiang Chen's surprise, the merchants did not immediately show strong interest on their faces, but instead showed some difficulty. Raising alien species? We have tried it before, but the higher the content of subcrystals, the more they eat. And now subcrystals are not valuable. If we just want to produce meat, the two-headed cows raised in our farm are enough. How is the meat quality compared with mutant cows? Another merchant couldn't wait to ask a more critical question. The meat of two-headed cows is of poor quality and tastes like chewing sand. However, for ordinary people who can't afford fresh meat, the meat of mutant cows is still a good meat. Hearing the questions of the merchants, Jiang Chen smiled, waited for them to finish speaking, and stretched out 3 fingers. I will summarize your questions into 3 points. First, it is very easy to feed this kind of long-haired pig. The feed is mainly mutant fruit with an appropriate amount of catalyst. Second, there is no need to worry about the yield of subcrystals. They can be slaughtered in 3 months, and the yield of a single subcrystal is 70 to 80. Third, although the meat quality is not as good as the pre-war species cultivated by Arnak, it is still much better than mutant cattle. When Jiang Chen finished these 4 sentences, all the businessmen present were full of enthusiasm. Just use mutant fruit to feed. These farmers who are on the verge of bankruptcy are not short of mutant fruit. Chapter 499. No matter how difficult it is, we must go. The construction of the heterogeneous ranch was organized by the businessmen who operated the farms themselves, and NAC was only responsible for providing them with breeding pigs. As for the profit, NAC only charged 30%, which was regarded as patent fee. Some shrewd businessmen proposed to purchase the breeding pigs at a high price and buy out the patents in NAC's hands at one time, but they were indeed rejected by Jiang Chen with a smile. The profit was secondary, and the main reason was that NAC must firmly control the output of Asian crystals. And these pig breeds will also be strictly restricted to breeding within the sphere of influence of NAC, and it is strictly forbidden to take them out of the city. Once it is found that a partner has leaked the technology, NAC will cancel its cooperation qualification and impose a high fine. After reaching an agreement, the 8 businessmen left the meeting room with joy. The cooperation agreement proposed by Jiang Chen undoubtedly pulled them back from the brink of bankruptcy, and they certainly had no reason to refuse. It can even be said that they were very surprised that Jiang Chen was willing to share this big cake with them. Because with the strength of NAC, it is fully capable of building a heterogeneous ranch on its own. Jiang Chen made this choice for his own reasons. With NAC's current financial resources, there is no need to covet the petty profits of Asia Crystal. To put it bluntly, the money is printed by NAC, so why should he care about the profits of these few farms? Compared with the rich in the slums, Jiang Chen prefers to be the king of the rich area. In addition to the food trade and high-end arms market controlled by the NAC military government, he plans to distribute the other non-core interests to private individuals for contracting. After all, when it comes to market development, private individuals are often more motivated than bureaucrats. As for why I say this, we can see it by looking back at history. Finally, the work on the 6th block was completed. Jiang Chen said goodbye to Chunan, and at the same time, declined the arrangement to stay overnight in the 6th block, and took a helicopter back to the Fishbone base before dusk. Now it is almost the end of October, and Asia's mission should be almost completed. On the other hand, the Rothschild family invited him to Europe to attend the Munich Auto Show, and Jiang Chen, who is on good terms with Carmen, would naturally not refuse. The end of the world is on the right track. In order to deal with the distant threat, the focus of development must be tilted towards reality. When the IS-51 responsible for the pickup arrived at the base's helipad, Jiang Chen saw through the window of the cabin that Jiang Lin was waiting by the helipad. Seeing Jiang Chen coming out of the cabin door, he immediately went to greet him. "What's the matter?" Jiang Chen stopped and asked, looking at Jiang Lin with some surprise. "About the paper on the warp engine." Jiang Lin took a deep breath and spoke quickly. "Are there any clues?" Jiang Chen asked immediately. "How is it possible?" Jiang Lin smiled bitterly and shook his head quickly. "It's just that after reading it, it has inspired me and the people in the institute. Can I know who wrote this paper? If possible, please take me to see him." "That's impossible. The scientist who wrote this paper has obviously boarded the colony ship," Jiang Chen said helplessly. Slightly stunned, Jiang Lin sighed regretfully. "Is it true? Any other questions?" Jiang Chen asked casually. "Yes, it's about the research priority," Jiang Lin said seriously. "Although this paper provides us with a relatively novel and clear research idea, it is still very difficult to realize the warp engine. In other words, it is almost impossible to achieve under the current conditions. The priority is the same as other research projects. No matter how difficult it is, we must do it, even if it takes 10 or 20 years. Looking directly into Jiang Lin's eyes, Jiang Chen said seriously, "This concerns the lives of many people." Shocked by the seriousness in Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Lin couldn't help holding his breath. After a while, he uttered a word in a trembling voice. "Who?" "Many people." Jiang Chen did not tell him who it was specifically, but just left these 3 words in general, and then turned and left. To be honest, if he had to fight against the Harmony camp in the real world with his current strength, there is no doubt that he would have no chance of winning. He couldn't think of any way to win against the sailing worms that can cruise in the interstellar and the murderous intentions hidden in them. But if Jiang Chen could develop a warp engine that could theoretically reach the speed of light, then his chances of winning would undoubtedly be a little greater. Although the crisis is foreseeable, Jiang Chen still has a lot of time. The distance of 20.5 light years means that the natural selection may take decades or even hundreds of years to reach the Earth. However, even so, time is still very tight. Although it is superficial to measure the combat effectiveness of civilization by development time, they are monsters that have walked for more than 2,000 years in the long river of time. Moreover, it is a monster that has invasion written in its genes. It is absolutely impossible to directly tell the world that aliens are on the way to invade, regardless of whether the existing technical means can observe the natural selection more than 10 light years away. Even if Jiang Chen successfully convinced everyone in the world that this was unnecessary panic. How to tie the countries of the world to his chariot. How to make the Earth civilization have the strength to fight against the natural selection. There are still many things waiting for Jiang Chen to solve. Development still has to be done step by step, but the pace must undoubtedly be accelerated. Back to the villa. After having dinner with the girls, Jiang Chen hugged Sun Jiao and went into the bedroom. Jiang Chen had already told Sun Jiao and the others about the date of his return to the world. After returning from the 6th block, he had almost finished all the things he needed to do here. It was precisely because of this that Sun Jiao was particularly clingy during the night, wishing to stuff Jiang Chen into her body and merge with him. There was no conversation that night. The next morning, Jiang Chen lay on the bed, looking at the heroic yet gentle sleeping face for a long time. Without any goodbye words, he gently kissed the side of her face. Jiang Chen gently covered Sun Jiao with the quilt, then returned to his bedroom and disappeared into the villa. When he opened his eyes again, the style of the painting changed, and the whole world seemed to be dyed with fresh colors. Looking at the elegant chandelier on the ceiling, Jiang Chen, who was lying flat on the bed, took a long time to switch his mind from the end of the world to the present world. The first thing he did when he came back was to check his phone. Without Aisha's help as a messenger, it was difficult for him to receive news from this world in the end of the world. However, when Jiang Chen opened his phone, he was shocked. Hundreds of missed calls and text messages directly filled the screen. And these missed calls were basically from the same name. Caller, Zha Xiaoyu. Jiang Chen tapped the screen a few times and called her back immediately. The phone rang once and then connected. Before Jiang Chen could speak, the voice with a hint of anxiety came over. "Where are you now? Hello. Are you okay over there?" Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, listening to the concerned inquiry in his ear, and he said with a smile, I'm fine. Of course I'm in New China. After confirming that Jiang Chen was safe, Zha Xiao was obviously relieved. But when she realized that Jiang Chen was fine, and she had been worrying for nothing for a week, she couldn't help but complain. As the chairman, it's better not to disappear so suddenly. You're in Singapore now, and I don't know which phone to call the police if you lose contact. Ahem. Don't worry, I'll be fine. But according to work requirements, I occasionally have to go to a place with no signal. A small island on the sea. Jiang Chen made up a story. Taking a deep breath, Zha Xiao didn't completely believe Jiang Chen's explanation, but still accepted it. Let's not talk about this, let's talk about business. Well, go ahead, I'm listening. Jiang Chen changed his hand to hold the phone, and freed up his right hand to change his pants. It's like this, the company has received a lot of invitations recently. In addition to private ones, there are also some official ones. For example, Jiang Chen asked casually. For example, the Hong Kong city government, and invitations from China. Is it finally here? Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Faced with this epoch-making technology, someone finally feels sorry for it. Chapter 502 Good News. Please arrange the time. Try to schedule it in mid-November. Then, I will accompany the President of Singapore to visit China as one of the outstanding entrepreneurs of Singapore. Jiang Chen said with a smile. As for the visit of the President of Singapore to China, it was just something he said casually. Anyway, as long as he told Zhang Yaping, that guy would immediately prepare for the friendly visit. With the current friendly diplomatic relations between Singapore and China, there is no reason for China, which is a good person to foreign countries, to refuse. What's more, the results of diplomatic visits are definitely profitable for both sides. Probably at the end of this year, I will take time to return to China and accompany the delegation of the President of Singapore to visit China. Does Singapore have this plan? Zha Xiao hesitated for a moment and asked. Of course, because I'm an outstanding entrepreneur, I can get some news in advance. Jiang Chen said casually with a reason. Okay, I'll reply like this. Zha Xiao nodded and replied. Anything else? Of course, I have two good news here. Which one do you want to hear? Zha Xiao smiled. Two good news? Of course, the best news should be saved for last. Jiang Chen said with interest. Even the serious Zha Mimui started joking. It seems that the good news is indeed very valuable. It's about the virtual reality experience store. 1.44 million virtual helmets have been fully put into the market. It has created a total revenue of $500 million after tax for us. Players are very enthusiastic about the virtual reality experience project. Almost all the cooperating internet cafes have applied to us for additional phantom helmets. If these 1.44 million helmets are sold directly at a price of $1,500 each, it would be about $1.44 billion, based on a profit of $1,000. And this virtual reality experience store has brought $500 million in revenue to Future Technology in more than a month. Of course, the reason why it can make so much money is mainly due to the magical experience of the phantom helmet and the freshness in people's hearts. Until now, many people are still queuing up to experience the phantom helmet. But after a while, when the phantom helmet is officially sold, this wave of virtual reality craze set off by Future Technology will gradually subside. In the future, the real profit channel for Futureman Technology will not be the one-time income from selling helmets, nor the money from the virtual reality experience store, but the operation of virtual reality services. What's the second good news? Jiang Chen smiled. You don't seem surprised. I can probably imagine how crazy people will be about immersive virtual reality technology. Jiang Chen teased. Hearing Jiang Chen's confident voice, Zha Xiao smiled slightly and continued. The second good news is that as of today, we have sold 2 million phantom helmets through the pre-sale activities on the official website, and the pre-tax profit has reached $1 billion. All pre-sold helmets are almost sold out within 1 minute of opening for rush purchase. Many users left messages in the comment area of our official website, expressing their hope that we can expand the pre-sale volume. Sold out within 1 minute. It seems that the market is hungry enough. Jiang Chen's mouth curled up a smile. Everything is ready, just waiting for the east wind. I wonder how the production of helmets is going on over there? Sun Jiao asked. 20 million phantom helmets should be ready. I will add a few new production lines later. The production task of 20 million helmets before the end of the year has been exceeded, Jiang Chen said proudly. Jiang Chen was naturally very relieved that Sun Jiao was in charge of the business affairs. In the end, Jiang Chen just asked about the company's operations and ended the call. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen put the phone back into his pocket, then got up and left the bedroom and walked to the garage downstairs. It was already October 20th and the 80-day training was over. According to the agreement between Jiang Chen and Aisha, he would go to the island to pick her up on the day the training ended. To be honest, Jiang Chen missed her in his heart after not seeing her for so long. The cruise ship that used to deliver supplies to the deserted island did not carry any supplies this time. This time its mission was to pick up the trainees on the island. At this moment, 110 agents were standing on the beach, waiting for the final inspection. Looking at the ship's shadow appearing on the horizon, everyone's face showed an excited look. The 80-day devil training finally ended. These rookie agents were not dead, but they were all exhausted. But it was also thanks to this that they have completely transformed from rookies into qualified agents and qualified fighters. Aisha not only taught them skills such as concealment and intelligence gathering, but also taught them all her combat experience. Subjects including sniping, guiding airstrikes and even fighting alone are their daily compulsory courses. Live fire training and virtual training are carried out simultaneously, and these knowledge are engraved into their bones like instinct. It can be said that 80 days ago they were just a group of young girls, but now there are only 110 battle-hardened agents standing here. With the help of a series of high-tech equipment such as carbon nano bulletproof vests, gene drugs, ghost sniper rifles, Type 11 pistols, thermal grenades, digital contact lenses, and implanted chips in the back of the neck, the combat capability of any one of them can be comparable to that of a whole 6-man special forces team. When shelter number 27 produces optical invisibility and Gauss rifles in a while, their combat power will not be a problem to crush a platoon of infantry. After landing on the island, Jiang Chen suppressed the urge to hug Aisha and walked to the square formation of 110 agents. Facing these pairs of restrained pupils with a murderous aura, he nodded with satisfaction. After a pause, he spoke loudly. Congratulations, all of you have passed the test. I see 110 agents and 110 soldiers here, and I'm very happy. In these 80 days, I believe Aisha has taught you everything you need to know and should know. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded to Aisha, then continued to look at the team of 110 agents. So I will only emphasize 2 words here, loyalty and bravery. I won't go into details about the rest. Your future work will not be easier than what you have experienced in these 80 days. It is better to say that the hard work of these 80 days can only be regarded as a drizzle in comparison. Your job may be to stay in Singapore and engage in safe counterintelligence work, or you may be sent to various parts of the world to perform the most dangerous missions and even fight against the elites of Mossad, CIA, and KGB. But I promise that you will beat them to a pulp. And as their boss, I will make you believe from the bottom of your hearts that your hard work is worth it. After that, Jiang Chen waved to the soldiers standing aside and opened 10 suitcases full of banknotes. Looking at the paper with green flowers, even the agents with strong minds couldn't help but hold their breath. This suitcase contains at least more than $1 million, and now these 10 bulging suitcases, the only ones on the beach who were indifferent to such a view were Jiang Chen, who had no shortage of money, and Aisha, who was not interested in money. In addition to the 110 agents, even the 6 female deputy instructors wearing mechanical exoskeletons swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. Looking at the expressions on the faces of the agents with satisfaction, Jiang Chen continued to speak. This money is yours, you can spend it however you want. $100,000 per person, and 10 days of vacation. This is not your salary, but a small reward from me for your successful training. At the same time, I hope you understand that you are serving the richest man in the world, so I hope you will not be foolish enough to be bought by a few pieces of paper. I will not treat you unfairly materially, but in return, I hope you have a sense of mission and belonging that matches it. Ghost Agents, this will be your name from now on. I hope you will be proud of this name, and our enemies will be unable to sleep all night because of this name. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.